Have you ever stood and stared at it, marveled at its beauty, its genius? Millions of collectors, lovers of film and horror alike, just living out their lives, oblivious. Did you know that the first program was designed to be a perfect human world, where none suffered, where everyone would be happy? It was a disaster. No one would accept the program. Some believe that we lack the programming language to describe your perfect world, but I believe that as a species, human beings define their reality through misery and suffering. However, when viewers of the Movie Canon YouTube channel tune in, they get a sense of joy. Too much joy, if you ask me. You see, the perfect world would dream that your primitive cerebral kept trying to wake up from, which is why this was redesigned to this, the peak of your civilization. For some reason, human beings still found their way to the Movie Canon YouTube channel. This has to change. Look out that window. You had your time. The future is our world. The future is our time. Is there something on your mind?
Watch the Movie Canon.
Hi, you're watching the Movie Canon? Watch Gio.
Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel, The Movie Canon. I'm Giovanni, and this is Figures Talk episode number 32. It is December 1st, 2024, and we are in full holiday Christmas season mode as of the first day. So happy holidays, everyone. Hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving. To everyone who celebrated Thanksgiving here in the US these last few days. We have a few things to talk about. We have a couple of releases. One big announcement that some of us were waiting for a while, and it's finally here. And then we're going to have a fantasy figure tier list ranking part 1. I'll explain a little bit more details about it when we get to that segment. It'll be closer to the end of the stream here. But just very quickly here, when it comes to the fantasy figure zone, whenever I have my Canon Council members on the stream, I ask them before the show, what is a figure that they would like for Hot Toys, InArt, or Jazz Inc. to manufacture? It could be a figure that has never been manufactured. It could be a 2.0, or even if we're at the level of a 3.0. I ask them every week. We get different picks all the time. We ended up getting over 135 figures since I started this show back in early January. So now at the end of the month here, we're going to rank them. We'll rank them one by one, but I'm going to separate them because there's so many of them. We're going to do 30 of them tonight, and then we're going to do them every week until we're done with 2024. At the same time, we'll still be gathering some fantasy figure picks tonight and next week until we end the year. So I'll give you guys more details on how that's going to work, but that's going to be later in the stream. So thank you so much for you guys who are watching here live right now. If you're watching the replay, thank you so very much. And let's go ahead and get started with my Canon Council, as I like to call them. Let's go ahead and bring in my very first one here. You guys know him as Mr. 1 Adam 12.
Since I was 3 or 4 years old, I've loved Star Wars. So we'll keep Luke. We're getting into double jeopardy where things really get tense. Iron Man, knowing that the original Avengers are destroyed and the MCU goes down the drain. And also knowing that we destroy Indiana Jones, Jurassic Park, Jaws, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Oh, man.
Hello, Adam.
Hello there. Good. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was good. I was in Vegas most of the week. Came back here on Thursday morning and still had a nice Thanksgiving with family and things like that. So, how was your Thanksgiving?
It was good. It was quiet. It was just my wife and daughter and I. We were planning on going to Atlanta, and unfortunately, we lost one of our dogs, so it just didn't seem the right time to travel. But my wife made it like amazing Thanksgiving dinner, and you always have the great thing about dinner is you have the leftovers, and I think we just had the final night of leftovers a little while ago tonight for dinner. Yeah. So 3 nights of leftovers, and some football. In fact, there's another screen on here that I've on mute with the Bills are playing San Francisco right now. They're leading 13-3, I think, when I last checked.
Okay.
So we'll see how that goes. They're playing in the blizzard. We actually had a white Thanksgiving. 6 inches of snow near my house. I don't live near Buffalo. I live in the Albany area. So
I saw that picture that you posted. It was really nice.
Yeah,
very beautiful.
It's very unusual to have snow on Thanksgiving, but we had it. You never know. Great northeast of New York.
Oh yeah. But Adam, definitely very sorry for your loss. What you told me earlier. You still have you had a good Thanksgiving from what you're telling us here today. So, and then you're here with us tonight. So greatly appreciate that. Let's go ahead and bring in my next Canon Council member. You guys know him as X-Man Supreme, Mr. Dave. And the last one is the Brown.
Oh my God.
Stew.
Damn.
Yeah. So
oh my God.
It's pretty easy, is it not, X-Men? Come on, bro.
Oh shit! All right.
So
well, it was fun, you guys. I'll see y'all later.
Like dip.
Oh, fuck off.
Miss Dave, how you doing?
Did somebody say Santa Claus?
There you go.
Ho, Bubs.
Yeah, it's the yellow Santa. It says so. Because you didn't have it when we first came into the stream, and you came back and got it during the the intro or whatever. But thank you, Dave, for joining us here tonight. Like always, really appreciate it. Your time here. You didn't have a double duty today.
Nah.
You're here. So you're here with us tonight. So thank you so very much there.
Thank you for having me.
And then how was your Thanksgiving? Any good Thanksgiving for you?
Oh, it was great. I got to eat way too much food and have a nice few drinks and cigars with my brother and nephew. It was awesome.
Oh, nice. Very, very nice. I mean, I don't smoke cigars, but I'm sure that was very nice for you there. So.
Oh, it's fantastic.
But thank you so much, Dave. Let's go ahead and bring in my next Canon Council member. You guys know him as Mr. Eddie Money Mendez.
And I think I told you this when I met you in person, dude, but you kind of look like Buzz to me. Like, you
What
look
the
like a
hell?
live action Buzz. Gio. You have
I don't
that
think
build.
you told me that. You
Oh,
probably
okay.
thought it, but I don't
You
think you
look
told
like
me
Buzz
that.
Lightyear to me, dude. You got
To the movie
you got the
canon
whole
and
look.
beyond.
Right.
One.
Mr. Eddie, how you doing, Eddie?
Dude, that was pretty epic, man. That was a good. I like it. I finally got an intro. That's sick. I'm
know.
good. How are you?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm doing good. How was your Thanksgiving?
Pretty good, man. I went down to my grandpa's house. Me, my mom, one of my brothers, and Adriana, and we ate some food and hung out. Helped my grandpa hang some Christmas lights. So it was good.
Nice,
Good couple
nice.
days. Full. I am still full. I gotta spend a day fasting at least. So
Oh, okay, yeah. Got a couple leftover stuff too, so we'll see when we finish those. But Eddie, again, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. And then I see Adam. He has his Santa hat now.
I forgot we're putting these on, so I had to go. I turned my camera off to go put on my Grogu, courtesy of Gio here.
awesome.
Yeah, there you go.
My Grogu. I'm Jewish, so this is the Hanukkah hat. So this is for
Okay,
Hanukkah Harry to come by.
There you go. There you go. But thank you so much for participating, everyone, all you guys here. I know I asked you guys if you wanted to do this, and I was like, yeah, you. So there you go. There. Let's go ahead and bring in my next Canon Council member, Mr. Dan Bat99, formerly known as Dan the Bat Fan. How you doing, Dan?
What's up, guys? Glad to be
Yeah.
on your channel again. Back on Figures Talk. Been a while.
Yeah, it's
I'm
definitely
ready.
been. Yeah, it's definitely been quite a while because I think the last time you were on here in July, and we don't get to have you that often because you live in on the other side of the world, basically. So I appreciate you taking the time here, being on here, and all that stuff. So thank you so much, Dan, and hopefully you enjoy your time here tonight with the Xenomorph announcements and the tier list that we're gonna do. So greatly appreciate it.
Definitely.
And there is another and last Canon Council member. He has never been here before. Very excited to have him here. You guys know him as Brother Cousins Toy Reviews. Mr. J, how you doing there?
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? How y'all doing tonight?
Doing really good. Mr. J, when I first started collecting, which was almost 2 years ago,
Yes.
I first found you on Six Scale Mafia's show.
Nice.
There's like three of you that I started watching you guys mainly on that show, Anthony, Mario, and you. And then I started watching you guys in your own show, started watching your show.
Appreciate it.
And all that stuff. So I have you here. It's kind of crazy. So thanks so much for joining us here tonight. So greatly appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
Thank you for the invite. I know it's been, with the scheduling, it's been kind of crazy, but yeah, man. I'm sorry, I'm an East Coast guy, so I be thinking 6 o'clock. I'm like, all right, it's 6 o'clock, and now I was like, wait a minute, 6 o'clock for them is 9 o'clock. Oh shit.
Yes, it's later. Yeah, it's definitely later.
No,
and I appreciate all you guys who are on, on the East Coast, and like Dan who's in Germany. So I really appreciate you guys coming on here. So let's go and get started here. Let's go into the live chat real quick before we start here. So let's see what we have here. We have Pedro Lopez dropping by saying hello. Hello, Mr. Pedro Lopez. I've always seen you in the live chat. Greatly appreciate it as always.
Hey, Jose.
And then we have Mr. Jose G. Hernandez. Jose Plus says, hey, everyone. You guys excited to go back to work tomorrow? I'm not. So good thing for me. I'm off tomorrow and Tuesday.
Nice.
I requested it that way because I don't want to have to go back to that Monday. So it's like I'm off tomorrow. But thank you so much for dropping by there, Mr. Jose Plus, and then Pedro Lopez saying you get days off. He's asking there. Then 1 out of 12 warming up the chat says, hello everyone, hope your Thanksgiving was a good one for those who live in the States. And yes, hope all you guys had a great Thanksgiving there. And then X-Man Supreme, Mr. Dave, also warming up the chat here. And then we have Jose G. Hernandez, Jose Plus saying, yeah, as a teacher, I got the week. You guys didn't get the holiday weekend at least. So Mr. Jose just announced his new live stream. It's called Más o Menos, which premieres on Saturday, December 7th. I believe it's 10 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. Jose, correct me in the live, fact check me in the live check there. So yeah, that's his new live stream. So definitely check that out there. I'm definitely interested in watching that. Then we have 12-inch Moose Stream saying, hello, community of collectors. Bill's coming for Bane, Revan, and Deadpool. Yeah. Actually, my brother just messaged me because he got the invoice for Deadpool, and he's asking me if I want it. So I haven't replied to him yet, but we'll see. Let's see. It's just talking amongst yourselves there. And then we have L. Walker. What's up, panel? Hello there, L. Walker. Thanks so much for joining us this Sunday night. Greatly appreciated there. Let's see. Looks like you guys are just talking amongst yourselves there. Yomo saying, yo, what's up, everyone? Hello there, Mr. Yomo with the Yomo juice. Hello there, Yomo. Thanks so much for joining us as always. Always in the live chat, always supporting. Greatly appreciated there. And then, of course, Mr. J also warming up the chat there. Let's see. And looks like you guys are talking amongst yourselves there as well. All right. So let's go ahead and get started, guys, because there's a lot of stuff going on here tonight. So I know that a lot of you guys have already talked about or seen this release. I am talking about the not the Grinch, the John Wick release. Okay, yes. So this was released a week ago. I didn't stream yesterday because I was on my way to Vegas, so I wasn't able to do a show. But this was released a week ago, and it is on the waitlist open sideshow status. $275 is what it was. It was the price of it. If we open up the movie figure file, the movie canon movie figure file, John Wick Chapter 4. This is what this character figure is coming from. The release date of the film was March 24th, 2023. Studio distributor Lionsgate. The Rotten Tomato score of this film is 94% of the critics gave it a positive review out of 382 reviews. 93% of the audience gave it a positive review out of 5,000 submissions. The worldwide box office of John Wick Chapter 4 is $440 million, which I believe is the highest grossing film of the franchise. And I was a fan of John Wick. I'm a big fan of Keanu Reeves. The first Matrix film is my favorite film of all time. So Keanu Reeves will always have a special place in my heart there. So, but John Wick, great films in my opinion. Of course, they're not all perfect, right? There's a lot of the movies that lack a little bit of story, and there's a lot of action going on, action sequences, a little too much sometimes. But I still really enjoyed Chapter 4. I would say that the weakest one will probably be John Wick 3. John Wick, the best one. I'll say maybe John Wick 2, then John Wick 4, and then John Wick 3. That's my ranking of the John Wick films. I initially did pre-order this figure with the shotgun. It was when Sideshow was showing their low stock for that special edition or special exclusive edition with the shotgun. So I got it. And then over the summer, we saw a shitload of teases, Xenomorphs, Predators, Batman and Robins, a bunch of stuff that are being teased. So I had to make a decision, and then I had to cancel Mr. John Wick. So I had to take him out. But hopefully in the future, maybe I can get him. We'll see. I'm seeing that a lot of the community is kind of mixed with the likeness of Keanu in this particular figure here, but I still, it looks solid to me. Like I wouldn't be necessarily disappointed. Maybe I would still keep it had I not actually canceled it. But So let's go and let's throw this to Mr. J, brother, cousins. It's his first time here, so let's go ahead and take his take. I'm sure you already talked about this, Jay, but just very quickly here, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah. At first, it's funny. After seeing a lot of releases this year, especially like, and I just don't want to be a complete like, oh, art is everything, or you know, anything like that. But you can't deny the fact of art's face sculpts and proportions and what they do with a lot of their figures. Also with Hot Toys, we've seen Hot Toys this year step it up. I mean, so far over the last 2 years with their sculpts and everything that they're bringing to the table, not only with sculpts but also proportions. And you look at this figure right here. When I first seen the pictures of it, I felt that it was a little lacking, honestly. With that being said, I did think it was the strongest Keanu Reeves likeness, especially with the other sculpted hair, not this sculpt. I understand what they were trying to do with this, but sculpted hair, when it's stylized in a certain way, looks kind of funny and looks too toyetic to me. That right there is the shot. I think it's one of the best shots, like right there with that head sculpt, with that hair sculpt, looks fantastic. So overall, I liked it looking at just the pictures. But I always say a picture says 1,000 words, but video says a whole hell of a lot more. When Justin did his review earlier this week, that's what kind of brought me around, like, whoa, this is a decent ass looking figure. Seeing it actually in hand and in video and him working with it and posing with it, I think it's a real strong. I mean, I think it's leaps and bounds better than the other offering that we got from John Wick 2 a couple of years ago. Definitely them putting more work into it. It looks good. I think Hot Toys still has the thing. The hands, I know Dan says that too. Shout out to Dan on 6 Scale Reviews. He always says the hands feel a little big with certain releases. I think the hands are kind of proportionate, but it depends on, you know, how you pose it and how it looks, because I do think the hands could be a little bit more refined. Like right there, you see that big wrist pad. Good, kind of looks you know, not as proportionate. But overall, I think it's a very strong figure. Now, I didn't pre-order this one, but this is one I know my comic shop is probably going to get it. They got Kane already, so I'll probably get it there. I'll probably get it from my brick and mortar. But it's just so much stuff coming right now, so kind of have to be a little choosy on what you get. But I do love John Wick, and I do miss having one in my collection. So, and that Kane figure is fire. So to have them posed up is just good. So overall, I think it looks good. I know there's gonna be some people out there that don't like it, or that just, you know, think the likeness is still off. But I mean, honestly, in 1/6 scale, what other John Wick can compare to this? I think this is a real good one. And I think the likeness overall is there. Could it be much better? Yeah, but what we got is pretty damn good, in my opinion.
So are you planning on getting both Kane and John Wick?
Yes. I'm taking my time. Because like I said, my brick and mortar has them, but I will be getting these in my collection.
Okay. Yeah, I like this these pictures, these images of both of them here. Like I said, I did pre-order him. I had to cancel him, but maybe later I'll try to get him somehow. But we'll see what happens there. No. Let's see. So, Dan, we haven't had you in a while. Do you have any thoughts on this John Wick character at all, or figure?
Yeah, I think the likeness is pretty spot on. I mean, I don't have any complaints. I think for the hairstyle, they could have maybe also did an artisan version, because it just makes sense with that specific haircut or hairstyle. But I mean, the sculpted still looks fine, I think. But I think I only watched the first 2 John Wick movies, so I have to catch up with the others. But I enjoyed the first 2. Definitely solid action movies.
Okay.
But yeah.
And guys, the rest in the panel here, I don't necessarily have to go one by one for this particular figure. If you guys have any thoughts on this John Wick figure here. Okay.
I do real
Oh.
quick. I'll go.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I had this on pre-order like you, and I think, yeah, just based off of everything that else that's gone up for pre-order and that's gonna come out soon, I ended up canceling this as well because I used to own the Chapter 2 John Wick, and I love that one. I sold it a while ago, I think in hopes that they would make a newer one, but I actually think I prefer the old one. I know people think the likeness is better on this new one, and I don't think one or the other is better. I think neither one of them are good, and I still think I prefer the overall look of the one from 2. I think it just looks better with the all black suit. I think it works better for proportions. I also think the head and the hands scale better with the suit and body. This one, the head and the hands feel big on him to me, so I actually still do prefer the Chapter 2 look. I think in my mind it looks more like Keanu Reeves still. This one, I don't know. It's like I said, I don't think either one of them is perfect, but I prefer that one more than this one. I think it's just because it's all black. I think it helps slim the figure, or it does something for the proportions more so. So if I'm gonna go back and get one, I think I'd rather go back and find that one. I actually hope that people like this one more, so that one goes down in value, and it's a little easier to get. But yeah.
All right. We have Feel the Burn dropping by. It says, "Hey everyone, hello there, Feel the Burn. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. Greatly appreciated here. I started seeing you here in the live chat more often, so I really appreciate that. Looks like you're just talking amongst yourselves there." Then Moose says, "Hit the like button, babies." He says, "Yes, guys, please go ahead and hit the like button if you haven't done so already. It does help with the algorithm. It helps with everything to do with YouTube, right? So, and then subscribe if you haven't done so already for future content, for panelists, amazing panelists like what we have here. So, thank you so much there, Mr. Moose." Okay, so let's move on to the next one here. We have Darth REVAN, sideshow status pre-order, $270. So this one is still available if you still wanted this particular figure here. As we open up the the video game figure file, we have Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, release date July 15th, 2003. Platform was multiple, and initially it was Xbox. Developer BioWare and others. I didn't really play this game. I think I might have seen people play it, but I never really played it myself. The character looks awesome to me, but I have no context to this character at all. I know a lot of Star Wars fans were very excited for this, and we're starting to see a lot of these. I guess mainly, I'm noticing mainly Star Wars figures that are being released earlier, right? Because I think this one was supposed to come out the window was like January to June or something like that, and we just got this this week. And then we have the Balin, that one came out early, and then I believe Grand Admiral Thrawn was a little earlier too, if I'm not mistaken. But the great looking figure here. I hope I don't regret not picking him up, because knowing Lucasfilm and Disney Plus, they're probably gonna show him in a film or something, or in a series, and he turns out to be this badass, and I'm like, damn, I should have gotten him. But that's where we're at now. But let's go ahead and throw this to Mr. J. Brother Cousins, I'm not sure if you picked this one up or how excited you were about this announcement, but what are your thoughts?
Overall excited for it. Definitely excited for it. But not one that I'm like rushing to go and grab and get right away. It's just, once again, it's just too much coming out right now. And I'm really, and I know some people are not going to like me saying this, but I'm really kind of locked into the Ahsoka line. I'm really kind of focusing on that line right now, because there's so many figures coming out from that one, and I think this week we probably will see another Ahsoka figure drop, honestly. I wouldn't be shocked if something comes out tonight, to be quite honest. But this right here looks fantastic. I've played Knights of the Old Republic back in the day, so this is cool. I'm glad that, they decided to go in and tap into other areas, these legacy Star Wars characters. So yeah, I look forward to this. The only problem with this is I wasn't looking to get this soon. That's why I'm kind of like, whoa, 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 whoa. I
Right.
kind of feel that they're kind of like, rushing these figures out, shoving them down our throats, literally. And I mean, it's going to take, and I said this, the other day, it's going to take. We're talking about thousands of dollars at this point because there's so much shit coming out all at once. I mean, fuck. I mean, excuse me. I don't mean to keep cussing, but we got, we're talking about another vehicle coming. I got another vehicle coming pretty soon. And it looks like that's going to be shipping. We don't know when it's going to be shipped. I know I don't want to jump the gun. But we don't know when that DeLorean is going to ship from Sideshow. We don't know when our artisan, we don't know when our artisan Jokers are going to ship out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So this is we're talking about not hundreds, but thousands of dollars coming out. And then we have figures that we were expecting to get next year. We're getting them here at the end of the year. And I get it. Some of this stuff makes sense because this doesn't have a head sculpt. So this is, kind of somewhat easier for them to get done. And really, from the very little that I do know about, figure production and warehouses, when this stuff is ready, it's ready. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have to deal with a likeness or a head sculpt or anything like this. All they got to do is build the parts, put the damn thing out, and this is just ready. But just because they're ready doesn't mean I'm financially ready to go ahead and get it. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait it out and see what I can get. I know it's probably already waitlisted, but like I said, I got a comic shop and good relationship with a comic shop that's here. That's around here in Maryland. So I know they get all the Star Wars stuff. So I know there's an opportunity to get it there. If not, I can get it from Ray from Hawk Wars or somebody like that, So it's a bunch of means, a bunch of other stores I can go to get it. But I am excited for it, but I'm just not ready to add it to the collection right now. So I have to wait.
Yeah, it looks like they're releasing all these figures on the month of December. That finalize everything for the year and stuff like that. But it's like some of you guys have to start paying these invoices and stuff like that.
Yeah, buddy. Yep.
Let's see here. How about Dan? What are your thoughts on the Darth Revan? I know you're a big Star Wars fan, but I'm not sure if you're a Darth Revan fan.
Yeah, very big. Star Wars first for me. Real estate. And it's the one thing I've been in this hobby now for almost a year and a half, and I'm increasingly seeing that real estate is a big issue. And of course, what do I mean by real estate? Your shelf space, where you're going to put this, and planning ahead with all the pre-orders and announcements and expectations of future announcements. So this is a figure that I always, as best I can, try to make my purchases based on if it speaks to my heart and has that special nostalgic connection. And pretty much everything Star Wars has that, with the exception of this. I didn't play this game, so I wasn't too familiar with this character. Having said that, this is where it's a tough one. I was watching this morning, I think it was MRC Ventures, is that his name? Hong Kong.
Yep.
He does some great work, as do you, Jay. In fact, I got to talk to you offline about the DeLorean, because I watched your video last night. So but that's another subject.
Gotcha.
And that this figure looked awesome in his video, and I'm thinking, boy, that would look really cool on the shelf. But I don't really know the character. But it's Star Wars. But I don't know the character.
Right.
So this is the struggle I'm having, because I love Star Wars. He's got lightsabers. He's a Sith, but I guess he goes back and, again, from what I understand, he was a Jedi. He becomes a Sith.
Yep.
Then becomes a Jedi again. I'm thinking of getting him. But like Jay said, there's Ahsoka figures coming out, and I like that show. And, I have several of those on pre-order. So I'm on the fence on this one. I'm not going to rush to get it, like Jay was saying, because there's, I'm anticipating some future announcements, coming certainly before the end of the year, whether the Predator or Jar Jar or certain figures. I know, I want those figures. Obviously, we just had the Xenomorph just come out, and that's something I really want. So this is a really nice looking figure, but you gotta plan ahead for real estate, and there's only so much you can fit in the rooms.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like I said, this figure looks awesome to me, but like you said, Adam, I don't know the don't know the character, so I don't really know what's going on. Except that it's a very cool, awesome character from what I've heard. But
the one thing I'm sorry, the one thing I wanted to add, I saw someone added, maybe I saw this on Instagram. I guess there was some fan casting of Keanu Reeves playing this character if they did a movie. So someone took the John Wick, I don't know if you guys saw this, and they put it on Darth Revan's head. So I don't know if you got both of those, you could do that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Mr. Dan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I never played the game. I don't know why, but I think when I was younger, I thought like it was just a role-playing game, and I wasn't really interested. All I wanted was action, so I played The Force Unleashed and those type of games.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I think I still need to play the game. But yeah, I have no connection to the figure. And yeah, when I look at my Star Wars module cases, I have like original trilogy and prequels, and I'm trying to stick to that to limit the figures I buy. And yeah, he wouldn't fit in those cases, in those eras of Star Wars. So I'm gonna have to pass.
Okay, all right. Let me look at the live chat real quick here. We have Mr. Brick Artemis dropping by here saying, good evening, everyone. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much for dropping by, Mr. Brick Artemis. Yes, the Bugle 6 tomorrow night, so make sure you don't miss that. Moose says, if something is a special edition, I will grab it. So, and that's, I mean, it depends on what it is, right? But like this one right here, actually, no, I was going back to the John Wick one, but let's see here. Looks like you guys are just talking amongst yourselves there. Let's see. Yeah, looks like we're good there. Any other thoughts, guys, on Darth Revan before we move on to the Xenomorph announcement?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Revan's my fucking boy. Revan's my boy. We go way back, dude. And speaking on that game, yeah, it is a bit RPG-like, but it is also heavy on action. And I think it still holds up. I play that game once every year or two. That and Knights 2. I play them both, and they still hold up. Like, I've got the hard copy. I buy it on Xbox. I bought it on friggin' Steam. I play it all the time. And it's a great friggin' game, and I'm very upset that they have not figured out the remake. And I don't expect them to actually do it, and it hurts my heart. But
no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you were gonna say.
What I was gonna say, does anyone know if, let's say, I did want to play the game, would it be accessible in, let's say, like a PS5? If anyone knows,
probably. I imagine. I don't know. I don't have a PS, but I have to imagine it is. People are making ports all the time, so
right.
So I would imagine so.
Okay.
But even if not, like I said, it's definitely available on Steam if you're on there, so it's easy to get a hold of. I do know that they make a lot of mods to allow you to play content that wasn't included in the second game that was cut out. And I know they do that across platforms. I'm not sure, where all, what all. I'm kind of a vanilla gamer, honestly. But this game has been one that stuck with me since it came out. So for the last, 23 years, 22 years, something like that.
Yeah.
But Star Wars is like a third tier category for me. But Revan is my favorite Star Wars character. Him and Ahsoka, those are my top two. And with all these early, even he's only slightly early. But with all these early and immediate releases, man, it's been time to friggin' cut down the weeds. Because like Jay, I was just about all in on Ahsoka.
Yeah.
And then when they hit us so hard with everything that they've been doing from Deadpool and Wolverine, like who knew about that?
Right.
And immediate releases of two of those figures, and then you got the immediate release of the brown suit from Hono, and then you got Balin 6 months early, and then you got this guy early as hell. Bro, I just canceled Chopper. I'm not happy about it. But I've got a set limit on how much I'm doing at a time.
Yeah.
And like, I'm still waiting to hear about Lady Pool. I haven't gotten her yet.
Oh, really?
Uh,
Okay.
And I ordered like, let's see, Joker I ordered through Sideshow, so I still don't have him yet. Friggin' John Wick ordered through Sideshow, so I still don't have him yet. So, you know, who knows when those are going to happen. So I'm waiting on, now this makes 4 figures to drop, you know? And I'm like, well, damn, I wasn't ready for 5 figures that came out the last couple of months. So it's a culling time, man. It's hard, dude, but Revan, nah, he will never be on the chopping block. This guy will be, if I only have 1 Star Wars figure, it'll be him.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, what I've been noticing, especially, like I said, I've been collecting for a little under 2 years. You know, what I've been noticing is when Sideshow or Hot Toys, whoever does the estimated shipping date, right? We have like a long range of like, it used to be like around 3 months. And I think they started it this year where they pushed it to like 6 months. So like, oh, they're going to take longer to release these figures when they started doing that. And like this one, I believe was like January to June, or like there's a big 6 month gap or big 6 month window. So I wasn't expecting any of these figures to come out. Definitely not before the window even starts. I would expect them to be closer to the end of it or even after that, right? But now we're seeing a lot of these that are coming quite like a month or 2 months before the window even begins. So I wonder how many of those are going to do for the rest of the month, especially during this holiday season here. Any other thoughts, Dave, on Darth Revan here?
Man, I've been seeing the images with the hood down, and I'm amazed at how they're doing the helmet, because they did like that little teaser for the remake of the game, like what, 3 years ago now, and they showed that like 10, not even like maybe 7 or 8 second clip of Revan, and with a nice clear view of the helmet, because you know, back in 2002, 2003. That shit wasn't clear. It was not clear at all. So it was left up to interpretation, you know, by whoever, if they did it in the comics or whatever, who was doing art. But I got a friggin' replica of his helmet years ago.
Oh,
it took me 20 years to find what I actually like, and this looks very, very, very similar. Based on what I can see, you can't see the back of the helmet, but a lot of what's going on there looks the same. And sometimes it's a mask, not even a full helmet. You know, the game, they called it a mask, and it didn't look like a helmet at all. But like in the comics, it ended up being a helmet. It's the lore around Revan is like, it's not so laser focused. You know, there's a pretty standardized lore, but there's a lot left to interpretation, you know? But it looks like they did a pretty good job with what they've done with this guy. And I'm very, very excited for this figure.
What's amazing to me is that Lucasfilm has not made a film using Darth Revan. And that this is, maybe there's some script about it, they haven't announced it. But I mean, you have an IP that's already out there, you have a fan base. I mean, clearly there's a fan base out there. Obviously, I don't think most Star Wars fans know who he is. The majority of Star Wars fans. We're the hardcore people. I'm a hardcore person. I still don't quite know his story. I'm hearing some of it now. But there's still enough that it amazes me that they haven't done a film using this character.
It would be nice if they did, but also I kind of don't want them to, the way they've been doing shit lately. I kind of want them to leave them alone, honestly. Like what we've gotten for Revan so far, and I've not read any of the books, like the novels, you know. I think there are like 3 novels that he's involved in, to my knowledge. And I hear like 2 of them are good, maybe. But like, I would want them to at least wait until they got some people who knew what the hell they were doing with Star Wars to do something with Revan outside of a video game, because I don't want them to damage my boy. I don't want that. I want to remember him as I do. And if these wackadoodles get their hands on them right now. It's just someone's gonna have to die, and I'm gonna have to go to jail, and I don't want to do that.
Oh wow.
You know,
okay.
that's not a good day for me. So
All right. Let's see. So let me look at the live chat real quick here. So we have Pedro Lopez says, if you are a Star Wars fan, playing Knights of the Old Republic is mandatory, he says. Let's see. A lot of people love that game. Came out when I took a break from game playing. Yeah, so it was like a little over 20 years ago or so. Then Pedro Lopez says that he is REVAN. So there you go. El Walker says, I got emails from Sideshow to get REVAN, Mandalorian Super Commando, and Balin to buy them early. And then Pedro also says, also you can play REVAN Light or Dark Side. That was half of the fun. Oh, I think I did hear something about that. Yeah. You can choose one of those, right?
you can choose a male or female character. You can choose like whether they're like a scoundrel or a friggin' soldier or whatever their class is. It's very RPG in that way, but it's a lot of action. It's like turn-based action, but it goes fairly quickly.
Okay, yeah. Pedro says maybe something animated and short with REVAN, like the Tales of the Jedi series. Would you like that, Dave? Or
those were very good. Those Tales of the Jedi.
Yeah,
well
that
done.
could work.
I haven't seen those.
That could work. Those.
They're
It's
worth a
weird.
watch.
Yeah, it's weird because like it seems like an IP can do one or the other, right? Like DC has always been killing it with the animation. With the live action stuff, not really all that much. And it seems like for a long time it was the opposite with Marvel. Like they were killing it with the live action, but their animated stuff, wasn't terribly great. It wasn't maybe bad, but it wasn't a hit. And it seems like, Star Wars is on that pattern where they're kind of hating life in the live action, but they're doing some really good stuff in animated. So if they could do that with REVAN, that'd be fantastic, man. Like, I'm not saying I want a whole line of Knights of the Old Republic because I don't want to spend more money. But
right.
But if they threw an HK-47 out, then I would have to get that.
Okay. Let's see here. We have Parks Industries, which is Mr. Danny Spotchka, aka Mr. Ink, dropping by here. Hello there, Mr. Danny Spotchka. Mr. Ink, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. He says, "What's up, collecting fam? Taking fat ass hit for y'all right now." So thank you so much for that. That's Danny.
Hey,
really
Danny.
Appreciate that. So hopefully you can come back on this show soon. Go ahead and let me know. All right. Eddie, did you have any thoughts on this, or you're just passing on it, or?
I'm kind of the same that Adam was saying. Like, I like the design of the character. I love Mandalorians and Jedi, so the fact that you could have one that's got the Mandalorian armor on and he's a Jedi too is cool to me. But I don't know the lore of the character. I know some stuff that I've seen on YouTube videos, but I never played Knights of the Old Republic. I do have one of the books that is like focused on Darth Revan. I haven't read it yet, so I just like the design of the character. But it's one of those things like I can't just get it because I like the design right now, not with everything that's out and stuff. So maybe someday.
I mean, I've done something like that with an imposter Joker, but it's still Joker, so that's why I still got it. But, then Danny says, "REVAN is a mega drop for me. I know he's a badass, but like, just give me my damn Wesley figure. How he quit playing," he says. So there you go, there, Danny. TJ Mike, aka King Churro, is also dropping by here. What's up, gentlemen? Happy Sunday. Thanks so much, TJ Mike. Always appreciate you being here in the live chat as always. Thank you so much there. Any other thoughts before we move on to the Xenomorph announcement? All right, let's go ahead and start with that one now. Maybe move this right here. Where is it? Here we go. All right, so the Scorched Xenomorph from Alien Romulus. We saw the tease. I think it was over the summer or maybe in September or something like that.
Yeah.
So they teased this guy here, and I don't have a Xenomorph, and I need a Xenomorph, so I was waiting for this. Ultimately, I feel like I cancel my John Wick so I can pre-order this guy. So now he's announced, and let's open up the movie figure file from Alien Romulus. Release date August 16th, 2024, 20th Century Studios. Rotten Tomato score of 80% of the critics gave it a positive review out of 384 reviews. 85% of the audience gave it a positive review out of 5,000 submissions. The worldwide box office of Alien Romulus is $350 million. It is now, I believe, available on Hulu, if you have that streaming platform there or service. If you were interested in buying this on Sideshow, you can buy it through other places, but I usually go through Sideshow's cost or price, since it is one of the bigger manufacturers, or I'm sorry, one of the bigger distributors in North America. So $305, expected to ship between October 2025 through March of 2026. Like I mentioned earlier, I've been wanting a Xenomorph. I'm waiting for that 1987 Jungle Predator for it to be announced as well, because I don't have a Predator as well. So I was definitely going to get the Xenomorph so we can get that display, right? Even though I wasn't a huge fan of the films, Alien vs. Predator, but I do want that in the display. So now the real question is, do I get one of these or two of these? So now that's my question. I've never done that. Well, actually, that's not true. I do have a couple of Stormtroopers, but they're not to this level, I would say. As far as the film, I thought the film was solid. I gave it, I reviewed it on my channel when it came out in August, so check that out if you haven't done so already. I like the base of this. Looks like it has LED lights. It looks like it's pretty massive, and it's cheaper than the Pharaoh Predator from Prey, which also a great film if you haven't seen that. Also on Hulu. I feel like I'm sponsoring Hulu right now. But great figure here. I'm excited for this guy. Can't wait to get him. Maybe we'll get him early since that's been happening lately, but we'll see. Let's throw this to Mr. Brother Cousins. Mr. J, what are your thoughts on this particular Scorched Xenomorph?
Yeah. Oh man. So this is one that I'm glad they gave us. I know they gave us the peek this summer about it, and I was excited because we needed one. We needed one. The last Xenomorph they gave us was way back when. So I'm glad for the success of Romulus that they went ahead and they gave us this. This is something I'm definitely going to get. Don't know if I would get two. Sounds about right. That sounds about the right way to go, honestly. But I know I definitely want at least one because I know it's only a matter of time before they give us a Ripley. So I know it's only a matter of time before they give us another one. So definitely this one makes me actually want to go ahead and buy that older Ripley that they did. But I mean, I don't buy backwards anymore.
I'm afraid to do that.
No, don't. I wouldn't do it. It's just too much hotness coming out, and we're gonna get everything all over again. They're gonna give it to us. They're gonna give it to us better. So yeah, I definitely want this just so I can build me an alien collection. So yeah, I am definitely on board for this.
Let's look at the live chat real quick. Something that Danny put here. He says, Xenomorph figure, finally, I can die peacefully now. But then you won't be able to get it, Danny. So you have to wait for at least a year and a half or 2 years. But thanks so much for that there. And then he says, 2 Xenomorphs fighting a Predator. That's exactly what I was thinking. Nice. But we'll see, because that's a lot of money there too. Moose says, I have an Alien Ripley. I got her MIB cheap last year. It goes well with some quarter NECA Xenomorphs and my box Kenner 18-inch Alien. Yeah, he got the Kenner Alien. Looks like Adam always wanted that there. So, Mr. Adam, what are your thoughts on this Xenomorph, particularly from this film?
Yeah, that Kenner Alien, man. I always wanted that when I was a kid. I really should look up what's that song. That's probably selling for a crazy amount of money. I love Aliens, the second film. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. That's like in my top 10, top 20 films of all time. And I really liked the first Alien. I don't like the others. However, I did see Romulus last week on Hulu, and I think Gio, you and I were chatting about it. You know, I initially gave it a B minus, and upon reflection, I like it more. It was one of these, like, my initial, I saw it and like I texted Gio right away, and you know, I'd say it's like an 83, 84, which is put it in the B category. It's nothing new. It's kind of a remix of what I've seen before, but they do it in an entertaining way. And it's the production values, the acting, direction, very well done. So in terms of this figure, absolutely. I mean, if you're a fan, even if you don't like anything after Aliens, if you're a fan of the first two films, which a lot of people are, I think this is one you want to have as part of your collection. Whether you can get a Ripley or not, and I'd love to have a 2.0 Ripley. I like to get Hicks. I'd like to, you know, get several figures from Hudson, from that series. But if nothing else, getting with the face hugger, I mean, what you're showing right there, I mean, that's just amazing. And besides, you know, I love the one-off type of figures in my collection. You could just get this as a one-off. You can get the Predator as a one-off, but think of the types of stagings you can do or photos you can do. You can pair an alien with Deadpool, with Batman, with, you know, Tony Stark. You can really have some fun in taking photos with the alien and other characters. And the last thing I want to say is, you know, now that Disney owns Fox, which owns Alien and Predator, and obviously they own Marvel, I think it's just a matter of time before we see an Aliens versus Avengers movie. And they could do it under the umbrella of what if Aliens versus Avengers, and they could just have fun with it. I mean, imagine, like, you know, Wolverine gets impregnated by a face hugger, and then you have an alien come out of him that's got the healing. I mean, first of all, Logan will be the only one to not die from giving birth to an alien, because of his mutant powers, and that alien will be virtually unstoppable because it'll probably just keep regenerating. So they could have so much fun. I'm giving these story ideas for free here. I should be.
I know. I was about to say, it's like, write that script.
I mean, you know, I mean, we saw we had comic books of, you know, Batman versus aliens and different characters versus aliens in the past besides Predator. I think it's just a matter of time. I mean, if Disney doesn't do that, then they really are boneheaded, because you're leaving money on the table by not doing these type of one-off team-up movies.
Yeah. Eddie, what are your thoughts on this Xenomorph?
I think it's pretty awesome, man. I would love to get a Big Chap or the Alien Warriors from Aliens, but I think I have to get this one. I definitely want a Ripley, but even if we had a Big Chap, I think I'd be fine with having different versions of a Xenomorph in my collection. So I think it's really cool. I don't know if this has been debunked yet, but I saw a post where the alien from Romulus that they showed us way back when, the teaser that they showed us at whatever show that was actually a different version than this one. So the one they showed us was a clean version, and this is the Scorched Xenomorph. So this is actually different than, so we may be getting another version of this alien down the line. I don't know if they changed it to be a Scorched version or if they're planning on giving us two, but it is different than the one they showed us. Slightly, very slightly, but yeah, it's cool. I love that, like Adam said, like, I love the one-off film stuff, the, you know, anything that's not just DC, Marvel, or Star Wars. So anything that they give us like that is really cool. I don't have it on pre-order, and I don't know if I'll pick it up soon. I might hold off just for a while. I don't know if it'll sell out or gain more value or what, but I might hold off for a while because I also wanted the Feral Predator, but I'm holding out for a Jungle Hunter, or for hopefully they redo AVP and I can get a Scar Predator because that's my favorite. But I kind of want a Big Chap first I wouldn't mind having this too, but I think I'm gonna hold off until I get a big chat. So
Okay. Let's see. Let me look at the live chat real quick here. Let's see. Danny says, I don't think about the price of when it comes to building out a display. Too much discouraging. Then he says, hot take, Romulus is my favorite from the series. I know, showing my age. Romulus is the theater was a different experience. It reminded me of Gravity 2013 with Sandra Bullock. Let's see. Baby compared to me, young man, says Mr. Moose. Let's see. So you guys are talking amongst yourselves there. And then Danny also says, this is the same Xeno they showed us. It's just been tweaked. The scorched part comes from when that annoying dude shoved a TVA time stick up the Xeno. Okay, Xeno was so there you go there. I want a new big chap and an alien queen. Let's see. And then Eddie says it's definitely more damage than the one they showed us. Go ahead.
Can I ask a spoiler question here? Can I mention a spoiler from that film? Are we past that point? It's about the final. Okay, I won't say, but just the final alien. You think they'll make that?
Oh, I wouldn't. Would you get it? I don't think I know.
I only to freak out my daughter.
Oh, that's a good reason.
I don't know.
That did freak her out big time.
I would have to see it. I would have to see it first. I don't.
What is it? Another hybrid like in that one movie?
It's what do they call them? I don't know. If
Engineers.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who have not seen the movie yet. That's what kind of really want to get into. But
yeah.
But there is some similarity to Alien. What is it called? Resurrection. Kinda. But yeah, I didn't want to like spoil anything there if you guys haven't seen it, especially in the live chat there. But let's see, Dan. I know you're excited about this. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, actually, before I started collecting Hot Toys, I was collecting the Alien and Predator figures from NECA, the action figures. So I was always a fan of both franchises, and I also enjoyed Romulus in the cinema. I mean, I have to agree with what Adam said. It wasn't that original, but still a fun action movie, I think. And yeah, I mean, I could use this one pretty much as a big chap. I mean, it's not the same, but there are also some similarities. And yeah, I'm also waiting for Ripley. So I have a Xenomorph and Ripley. That would be like my ideal display. Of course, the Alien Queen would be nice, but imagine that in 1/6 scale. I think that's not manageable, sadly. And yeah, I mean, I like all the other aliens too. The dog alien from Alien 3, even the newborn from Resurrection. I would buy that too. So yeah, give me all the aliens Hot Toys.
There's something I was going to say, but I completely forgot now. All right. Any other thoughts, guys, on this Xenomorph before we move on to? I think we're going to enter the fantasy figure zone, actually.
Hey, I just want to say real quick. I just Googled that final alien. Y'all are sick,
you did? You did.
Y'all are fucking sick.
Okay. Well.
Nope.
Good luck sleeping tonight.
Well,
Right.
well, Dave, if you haven't, if you don't care about spoilers, because I know some people were talking about.
I'm not gonna watch it. I don't care about spoilers.
No, I was talking about something else. If you don't care about spoilers, Google, and don't say it here in the live chat, but look up the Substance, like the third act.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that. Yeah,
some people were talking about a figure from that movie, but just a little side note there. But
oh gosh, is it gonna be body horror stuff? Probably, yeah. That makes sense.
So, any other thoughts, guys, before we move on to? I believe it's. Oh, actually, no. It's the Keep, Gift, or Destroy. So let's do that. All right. So this one is designed specifically for brother cousins, Mr. J. Okay. Nice. So you haven't done this before, Jay. I don't know if you've seen this before, but This is it's called Keep, Gift, or Destroy. So I'm going to reveal one by one a figure, a character or a figure, and once I reveal all three, you have to choose which one you're going to keep. That's going to be your figure, or are you going to gift it? You can gift it to someone outside your household. You can never own it.
Okay.
But you could admire it from afar, I guess.
Okay.
The last one is the last option is destroy. So you would destroy that particular figure. It might be connected to something else. Each character, each figure has a different effect to the destroy component. And I'll explain that to you one by one here. So let's see. So let's begin with let's see. Danny says the alien from the end of the movie was Baby Spotchka. He says 1/6 Elizabeth's sparkle would be diabolical. He also says that. All right, so here we go. Mr. J, brother, cousin. So your first one is the Ghostbusters. So it's either keep, gift, or destroy. So anything connected to the Ghostbusters, meaning each Ghostbuster figure and Echo One. So if you destroy any of these, you're destroying all of those. That's past, future. It will never exist for you.
Oh my God. Ugh.
The next one is Keaton Batman. Anything related to Keaton Batman. Batmobiles, any characters from the Keaton Batmobile universe.
Oh my God.
And then the last one is a T-800. Anything connected.
Come on, man. This is terrible.
He's brutal. He's brutal.
Oh my God.
Anything connected to Terminator. Any movie. First one, second one, third one, Genesis, whatever. All characters, all vehicles, anything to do with Terminator. If you destroy or if you terminate, so I like to say when it's a Terminator figure. So those are your three options there, Mr. J. So you're going to keep, gift, or destroy one of these. So let's see.
God, this is hard. Oh my God. So I'm a big Batman fan. Big Batman fan. Huge Batman, especially 89. My God, I was looking for the 89 cowl today. The 1-to-1 scale that McFarlane did. Shit. But I love Terminator. Terminator is like my religion. It's really my religion, seriously. So I can't destroy that. I can't destroy that. I can't, oh my God, I can't destroy Ghostbusters either, because Ghostbusters is just too awesome. That's like a direct line to childhood for me. Like direct. I think the first thing I've ever, probably one of the first toys I ever remember like having was the Ecto One, the Kenner, the real Ghostbusters Kenner Ecto One, and my mom got me the Kenner Proton Pack back in the day. So that's a direct. I can't destroy that at all. So Batman has to be destroyed. I can't believe I'm saying this. Oh my God, I'm destroying Batman. Jesus.
So destroying Keaton Batman and anything connected to this universe. Yeah.
Jesus, that's horrible. Oh my God. I feel dirty just saying that. Jesus. Oh God. But yeah, I'm destroying Batman. I can't believe it. I'm destroying Batman. Gift. Damn.
Let me look at the lifetime while you.
Okay, so like the merchandise. Okay, so the merchandise for Terminator is dope, right? But I feel that there's more merchandise for Ghostbusters. I just do right now. I mean, you got a couple of figures with Terminator, right? A couple of figures. So I can't believe I'm saying this shit. But you got some real good Terminator shit. Like, I mean, you got 1-to-1 statue, 1-to-1 bust that looks, I mean, it's half a fucking Arnold with a real damn shot, shot off shotgun in his hand. So, I mean, damn, I can't, but I guess I gotta get, oh my God, do I really want to gift all that?
Any future ones, because you never know.
Oh my God, do I want to gift that? Do I want to gift that Ghostbuster shit? Like my HasLab Proton Pack is right out there. That's like my favorite thing in the world right now. And these are just amazing, especially oh man. So I guess, damn it, I guess I'm gifting Terminator. I'm gifting Terminator. Yes,
Okay.
and I'm keeping my Ghostbuster shit.
Okay, all right. So you're gifting Terminator. Terminator. Well, just Terminator in general, just all of it, right? And Jay, I have no idea what you're gonna choose. Like sometimes I know, like, oh, they're gonna pick this over that. With these three, I have no idea what you're gonna pick. So this is all new to me here. I just knew you like these three IPs, but that's about it.
Gifting my Terminator tat as well. Yep. So damn, it's just oh god. I feel dirty.
Get the fillet knife out.
That's what you should feel, Jay. That's exactly how you should feel.
Dirty. I feel this is anxiety. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm actually sweating. That's ridiculous. that's ridiculous, bro. Oh my god.
Change your name to Keith.
You're gonna keep the Ghostbusters. All right. So let me look at the live chat here real quick here. I think I might have missed. Now Danny says, Jay, if you terminate Terminator, so does your future T800 tattoo.
He's right. We talked about it. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't entertain exercises and fantasy torture, says.
There you go.
Feel the Burn says that he would keep Keaton. Don't care about the other two. Okay, well, there you go. X-Man Supreme says, oh, I'm keeping Batman. Do with the rest what you all will. So same thing like Feel the Burn. Good man, says Feel the Burn to X-Man. Danny says, you just caused an incursion at Brother Cousins. DC World 89 coming for you. So there you go.
Yep.
Let's see. Then he also says, if you gift T800, you gifting that Terminator tats. So there you go.
Yep.
And I guess that's once he realized that you did gift it. So there you go.
Yep. That's horrible.
Well, there you go. So now I'm gonna throw it to you guys, the rest of the Canon Council for tonight. What would you guys do? Just very quickly here. Let's throw it to Dan. What would you do with these three picks?
Yeah, well, destroying Batman is diabolical to me, but I feel you, Jay. But I can't do it. Gotta keep Keaton. He's my favorite Batman. And yeah, the other two franchises, I'm not crazy for Ghostbusters or Terminator, but I grew up with Ghostbusters, the two movies, and there is that nostalgia factor there. And I mean, with Terminator, you have two perfect movies, and after that, it went down, I would say. So I'm not crazy for the Terminator franchise. So I would have to destroy Arnie, sadly.
Well, okay, so you're gifting
the Ghostbusters, yeah.
Okay.
And then keeping my guy, Keaton.
Definitely. Yeah, I figured that much for that one.
No brainer.
So let's throw it to Adam. What would you do, Mr. Adam?
Well, first of all, you got to hand it to Gio because he likes putting his panelists on these hot seat like this and giving them these impossible questions based on the IPs that they love the most. So I definitely felt your pain, Jay, there.
Yes.
For me, for sure, it would be keep Batman because Batman is my second favorite superhero after Superman. I love Batman, so got to keep Batman. Now the next two, Gift or Destroy, are definitely tough. Because I love both franchises, and the first Ghostbusters I think is the greatest, or one of the greatest comedies of all, or at least one of my favorite comedies of all time. But here's the problem for me: is I don't own the Blitzway figures, or the Ecto one, so I don't own any of the Terminator figures, but I have T800 on pre-order. And Terminator, you had two very outstanding films in the first two, Terminator 1, Terminator 2. I think Terminator 3, it's not a great film, but it's not a bad film. The ending is a good ending. The other Terminator films after that were not that good, in my opinion. So Ghostbusters,
I'm sorry, I just had to say Terminator 3 was the ending was dope.
Yeah, that
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
So just for nothing else, that ending made it a decent film and saved the film.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters, the first one classic. The second one, I remember seeing that second one. I went with my dad to go see a Mets game in Queens, and then after the game, we went to go see the second film, and it was kind of a letdown. We saw it in the theater, just kind of a letdown for me, and I don't acknowledge anything after that. The ones with Paul Rudd, they were okay, but they weren't funny. There was nothing funny about it.
I kind of agree with that, actually.
Yeah.
And I won't acknowledge the one with the female comedians, because that doesn't exist in my book. So I guess I got to gift Terminator because based on I have a figure on pre-order, and there's more successful films as opposed to one Ghostbusters, and I got to destroy Ghostbusters as much as I love that film, and I quote that film all the time. So it pains me to destroy Ghostbusters, but I'm gonna have to.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much, there, Mr. Adam. We have Mr. How You Figured, Justin, dropping by. What's up, everyone? Hello to Mr. Justin. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. And then, guys, if you haven't seen How You Figure's Friday live streams, make sure to check that out. It's a lot of fun, so definitely check that out there. Let's see. Then he says, hope the panel and the chat are doing well tonight. So thanks very much, Mr. Justin. Let's throw it to Eddie. What would you do with these 3 picks here?
I don't think I'm gonna have as hard a time as you guys did deciding, but it's not because they're not all awesome. It's just so it's easy for me to destroy the Ghostbusters because I didn't grow up watching that one as a kid. I think I saw it once as a kid, but it wasn't like Batman or like Terminator for me. It was cool, and I acknowledge how like popular it is for pop culture, and I do love the Ghostbusters theme song. Like, that's iconic. I actually think I like the song more than the movie. And I love Bill Murray, so I think that's a big part of it. Like, I think if he wasn't in there, him and Dan Aykroyd, I think if they weren't in there, I'd probably like not care as much about it. I still think it's iconic, the first movie, but it's just not as big as Batman or Terminator for me. So that one's kind of an easy destroy for me. And then I guess it doesn't really matter, but I guess I'd keep... It's tough because lately I'm finding myself more of a Batman fan. Like, my brother was always the big Batman fan, and I was like, I love Batman, but I was much more Superman, or even once Marvel came out, I was way more into Marvel than I was DC in general. But lately I'm behind a lot of Batman stuff, and so it's... Was it because of Robert Pattinson, Eddie? No, it was definitely not because of Robert Pattinson. If anything, that brings it down. No. But I'd probably, I don't know, because I'm an Arnold fan in general, so I'd probably still have to keep Terminator, and then I'd gift Keaton to somebody, my brother or something. But yeah, Arnold as a bodybuilder and just action hero in general is like everything for me, so yeah, I definitely have to keep that as the number one. Okay. And I believe the last one is Mr. Dave. Everyone else went, I believe. So X-Man.
Yeah, Batman was my first like favorite superhero when I was young, and then I found out about Wolverine, and well, then all bets were off. But I will say that it would be financially behooving to gift Batman or destroy, because man, I'd have so much money. But I gotta keep Batman. I think I would gift Ghostbusters.
Okay.
And only because like, and I liked Ghostbusters when I watched, you know, the movies when they came out originally. I liked Terminator and all that. Ghostbusters was a little more interesting to me. And I will say there is that replica of Tobin's Spirit Guide that this one company makes. It's a 500-page replica, and it's got a bunch of stuff from Ghostbusters in there, but also it's got other lore from like Beetlejuice to The Mask to, you know, other cryptid type things, and I love stuff like that. And I'm very seriously considering getting this book. But yeah, I would have to gift Ghostbusters. And I would have to destroy Terminator. As much as I hate to say it, Arnie's awesome, but I do prefer him. Actually, ironically, in the Mr. Freeze get up. So you know, there's that. You know.
All right. So thank you so much there, everyone, for your picks there. So I'm gonna do it now, just very quickly. So just very, very quickly here. I can't destroy a single Batman, so I'm keeping him. I'm going to gift Terminator, and I'm going to destroy the Ghostbusters, only because I do like the films and everything, but they're not as nostalgic or as fun to me, or at least more connection to these two. So that's why I would say I would have to destroy the Ghostbusters, but that's just me, though, right? But thank you, Jay, for being a part of this Keep Gift or Destroy. Hope you enjoyed it like I did.
Absolutely.
So there you go. There. Okay, so the next one here is the Fantasy Figure Zone. So I actually, let me go ahead and do this. So we have the Fantasy Figure Zone, and then we have the tier list. Now the tier list, I don't know how long it's going to take. So hopefully you panelists are still able to join us here. If not, that's perfectly fine as well. But we are going to do the Fantasy Figure Zone. So I'm still actually collecting fantasy figure picks while we still do the tier list for the rest of the month here. So Fantasy Figure Zone, and I know you haven't done this before, Jay, so I'll just explain this real quick here. So again, this is a fantasy figure pick. So I asked every panelist individually, I asked them, what is a figure that you would like for Hot Toys, InArt, or Jazz Inc. to manufacture? It could be a figure that has never been manufactured, a character that has never been made, or it could be a 2.0, or if we're at the points that maybe you'll like a 3.0. Yeah. So I asked you guys individually, so let's go ahead and review them here. So we're going to start with you, Mr. J, since you are new here, first time here. So let's begin there. So you selected, of course, Blade. Yes. From Deadpool and Wolverine. So just what are your thoughts on that?
Man, I mean, it looks like it's coming to light. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely gonna be something that's gonna happen. I just can't wait for it to come out and to see if it comes out as good as the prototype for X23 that we saw last week. I mean, then we're in for a good time, because this looks fantastic. I mean, if we could just get, the rest of this design is cool. This design is fantastic. So if we can get this, that same level of detail into whatever comes out, I mean, who knows? Like I said, we may see something this week. They already gave us a sneak preview of those figures. So it's just a matter of time before we see them drop. So that's going to be amazing to see them do that. Outside of this, though, if I could just throw in one, but I recently got the InArt Superman, and some aspects of it, like I feel the hair sculpt could be better on that figure, but outside of that, the figure is fucking fantastic. It is one of the best. I think that is the best Henry Cavill Superman figure on planet Earth right now. I know some people may say, "Damn, you're overselling it." I'm selling it, but
no, you are right.
It is amazing. It is.
I'm hearing good things. I'm hearing good things. So
it is an amazing figure, and I haven't paired up with. It's funny. I haven't paired up with my Wonder Woman 100 right now, which she's fantastic. But it's funny. I wonder, as good as those two look together, And as good as that Wonder Woman 100 looks with the rooted hair, spiritually, it's like the first artisan Hot Toys figure. Spiritually, not quite there, but still, still pretty much in spirit first artisan. As I was looking at that Superman, I started to wonder, how would NR do the Wonder Woman? So I know they beat it around the bush saying that they would do it at some point, but I really would love to see NR's version of a 1/6 scale Gal Gadot Wonder Woman. Because that Superman is just that damn good. It's just the proportions is what sells it. It's just, the back of the head when you see the hairline and the neck joint is a little fugly back there. But aside from that, figure is perfection. So if they can give that same level of detail with that rooted hair to a Gal Gadot Wonder Woman, my God, amazing. Really would love to see them do that.
And just a little side note, when you sent me this pic, Jay, that was before Hot Toys revealed that Resistance tease. Yeah,
that's right.
So because I know you were supposed to be on here like a few weeks ago, but
right.
Yeah, so you submitted this before that. Exactly. But yeah, so it looks like this guy is happening. So this is one of the there's only two that I have that I am for sure picking up, and Blade is definitely one of them. The other one being Gambit, but the other two I still don't know. The other two I still don't know, but yeah. So just to save a little bit of time here, so I won't go to every single one of you guys, but if you have any thoughts on this, because I know we talked about this, Blade, but any thoughts, guys, on Jay's pick here before we move on to the next one here?
Going to be a big seller.
Yeah,
a lot of people want this.
Yeah, you love to see him come true, right? You love to see it.
Oh.
Yep, and it's made it into the fantasy figure tier list, which will probably it's going to be towards the end now, probably like next month or something. But thank you so much there, Mr. J. Go ahead.
I'm really hoping they do 2 or 3 head sculpts. Like 3 would be insane, but 2, like I need either shouting or like growling, like grinning with his vampire teeth.
Oh yeah,
I need that look for him, because with the shades, like it won't matter the emotion in the face because the shades will hide it. So like sometimes when they do angry sculpts, I feel like the eyes don't portray the same emotion that the scream does, but with the shades it will hide it good. So I need a screaming sculpt for him, dude. Like I'll be happy either way, but I would really like to have that look for him.
Yeah, I would totally want that too, actually. Christian Crosshair Cooper dropping by. What's up, guys? Hello there, Mr. Christian. Thank you so much for joining us here in the live chat. Greatly appreciate it, as always. And so you guys are saying hello there to Mr. Christian there. Any other thoughts, guys, before we move on to Dan's pick? Okay, so here's Dan's choice, and I think this is going to happen. Within the next year, I think this is going to happen. So take it away there, Mr. Dan.
Yeah, I already talked about it earlier with the Romulus Xenomorph. Yeah, we need a new replay. There was a Aliens version from Hot Toys, but that came out years ago and looks completely trash. And then there was the one from the first movie, which is still like a grail, but the head sculpt, I'm not sold on it, so I just want a new replay from the second movie, Aliens. Mm-hmm. That's my preferred look with the Reeboks. And yeah, the gun. Rooted hair, definitely for this one. I saw also some crazy customs on Instagram where they did rooted hair. Looks amazing. I mean, Hot Toys can do it with a little bit of battle damage on the face, some blood, some sweat. Yeah, there was also I'm sure you guys saw it, the third party one, the flight officer.
Mm-hmm.
But
terrible looking.
Yeah, the joints on that figure, like when you bend the arms, like there is this crease and it looks horrible. And yeah, I just need an officially licensed replay. And I'm also thinking it's gonna happen, but it might take some time. But yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, and then Adam, I know you're a big fan of the Alien franchise.
Yeah, this is an awesome pick. I mean, I just talked earlier about Aliens being in my top 10, top 20 all-time films list, and I've looked at I'm not going to go back and get the, how old was, like 12, 15 years old now. That 1.0 just doesn't look as good, and I'm definitely not getting that third-party one. That looks atrocious. Some third parties are good. That's not one of them. So if Hot Toys comes out with the 2.0 and based on the Aliens version, that's a 100% pickup on my part. One of the most badass characters, protagonists of all time, Ellen Ripley, would love to have this figure.
Yeah. How about you, Mr. Dave? If you have any thoughts on this character at all?
I'm cool either way, but there's a lot of love for Aliens. There's a lot of love for this character, man, and she is pretty badass. So I really would like to see people have that happen. It's always great when someone gets a chance to get an updated character that they friggin' love.
Yeah.
I love to see that shit, man. So I really hope for that for everybody, because a lot of folks really like Ripley, and she is pretty friggin' cool.
How about you, Eddie?
Oh, dude, I would love Ripley. I was that third party one was shipping, and I was really tempted on that one for a while, but I'm trying to hold out and not get as much third party stuff. So I'm definitely hoping, and personally, I would want in art, but I'd be happy if Hot Toys did it too. But yeah, dude, Ripley would be like a dopo. So
okay, all right. So I think we're all caught up in the live chat, I believe. Yes. All right, so let's move on to the next one here, and this is Mr. X-Man Supreme's pick. So there you go. Take it away, Dave.
I want all the pools, man. I would love to have a friggin' Gwen pool, and depending on which era of Gwen pool you get, she's not at all related to Deadpool, or she kind of is, or whatever. But she's just a fun character, man. And it'd be even better if I could have regular Gwenpool and then ultra evil super Gwenpool with the cape and everything that they showed later on. She's just a fun character to have, and it would be nice to have her up there with the rest of my Deadpools. That'd be great.
Anyone else in the panel? Any thoughts on Gwenpool? To be honest with you, Dave, I think I've heard of this character, but I wasn't sure. So that was kind of like, oh, okay. But anyone else have any thoughts on this?
I actually, today years old that I found out that Gwen Stacy is also a Gwenpool. So
actually, funny enough, it's not Gwen Stacy.
Oh, okay.
The way that she happened was there was just a bunch of different they do alternate covers for things, and somebody made an alternate cover of Gwen Stacy as Gwenpool, and that was all it was, right? An alternate cover for I don't remember what book. But then later on, they made Gwenpool, but she's actually just a regular, person from the real world who found herself in the comic book world. She's a comic book geek, so she knows how comic book rules work and stuff. So she's kind of like Deadpool in the meta-ness of it.
Oh, okay.
But she is not she doesn't have really superpowers. Her power is just her knowledge of the comic book world. And she uses that kind of how Deadpool or She-Hulk would, just kind of skipping pages and zipping in and out of things and knowing stuff that she shouldn't know and stuff like that. And there have been instances in the comics, I believe, where, and I haven't read all of them, but where she's been given powers and become more like Deadpool. Though she's not a fan of Deadpool, oddly enough. She actually doesn't like Deadpool, which I think is hilarious. But yeah, it's weird because you got all those, because this happened around the time when they were doing all the Gwen stuff, when Gwen Stacy was coming back and they were doing all that weird crap, and there was still that, it was a thing to see Gwen somewhere where she shouldn't be, and that's kind of what spawned all of this. And it's hilarious to me that's what it started out as, that she was an idea of an alternate Gwen Stacy, but then she ended up being something completely different. And it's just friggin' nuts. She has like a land shark as a pet. What's his name? Jeffrey, the land shark. It's one of those cutesy little kids thing. But it's if she came with one of those, that'd be hilarious.
Oh wow!
But yeah.
And then Pedro Lopez says Gwenpool, the figure I didn't know I wanted. So there you go. So Eddie, any thoughts on this at all?
It's a cool character. I don't know that I'd get it. I had a Marvel Legends one, but I don't know if I'd need it in 6 scale. But I like the design and the colors of it. It's just not like a character that I'm super like familiar with. So
okay. Let's move on to Mr. Adam. One Adam 12's pick, and we have. Take it away there, Adam.
Yeah, this is Rick Deckard, played by Harrison Ford, and Roy Batty, played by Rutger Hauer, in the movie Blade Runner, by what's his name? Ridley Scott. So this is you guys have seen Blade Runner? So this is. They just announced a third-party Rick Deckard figure this week, and I don't think it looks great. I think it's a pretty mid at best head sculpt of Harrison Ford, which I understand. He can be difficult to get a head sculpt of. But the figure, the third-party figure, is by Present Toys, and they've done some decent things. I actually have Present Toys. Mr. Jones figure, which is Indiana Jones, and that's a fairly decent head sculpt. But I would love to see Hot Toys take a crack at figures or in art take a crack from figures from these two characters from what I think is a pretty iconic 80s sci-fi film.
Yeah. So, did you watch? Were you a fan of 2049?
Not really.
Okay.
I wasn't a big fan of it.
I really like 2049. That's what I'm like, are you a fan too? But Pedro says, how are there no Blade Runner figures except that third party that Adam just mentioned right now? Let's see here. Hold on a second, guys. Okay, so any other thoughts there, Adam, before we move on to another panelist?
Nope.
Okay. Mr. J.
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts on this Deckard fantasy figure pick?
We need it. I mean, there's just not enough product for Blade Runner, in my opinion. So, yeah, this would be great. And, I mean, we're seeing stuff. I mean, Harrison is, came up off of it, and we're getting more stuff from his likeness. So, this, a young Indiana Jones, come on, let's bring it. We need it. We need that. So I would definitely love to see. I would love to see this Deckard. I think this would be amazing to get. Like I said, it's just not enough Blade Runner merchandise out there. It's just not. I think it's an untapped resource at this point. So yeah, I'm down.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts, guys, on this pick before we move on to Eddie's fantasy figure pick?
I still need to. This might hurt Adam a little bit, but I still need to watch Blade Runner. You
haven't watched any of them?
No, when I helped my uncle move to Texas, we put on the first one. And it could be because we were driving and moving all day, but I fell asleep in the first 10 minutes of that movie. So I need to go back and watch them, man. Because Zach and Dean also love those, and they always talk about them. So it's on my list.
It's kind of I put in the category as 2001 or maybe The Arrival. They're much more cerebral films. It's not like, yeah, hey, let's go watch Blade Runner. Nah, it's not that kind. This weekend we watched Twisters. We rented that. Nice. I think on Thanksgiving night we watched that. And then we're kind of in a Glenn Powell mood. So I'm like, hey, let's put on Top Gun Maverick, which I've seen a million times. Oh, okay. And Top Gun Maverick is that type of film. We're like, I can watch that movie over and over again. It's just an enjoyable film. or Ghostbusters. As we just talked about, I can watch Ghostbusters over and over again. Die Hard, those type of films. Blade Runner is not a film where I'd be like, yeah, let's watch Blade Runner. But it's a very well made film. It's a beautifully done cerebral film. But it's not one you're going to be like, yeah, grab a beer, watch some Blade Runner.
I think it lives off the atmosphere too. The whole mood, big part of the movie.
Yeah. Is Deckard a replicant? What would you say, Adam?
I say yes. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen both movies, both great films. Although I will say that I did enjoy 2049 a little more. And it kind of made me a fan of Denis Villeneuve, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But yeah, great picks there, Mr. Adam. Any other thoughts on this choice before we move on to Eddie's pick? Okay, so this is the last one here. So Eddie's pick is Namor from Wakanda. I'm sorry, Black Panther Wakanda Forever. So take it away there, Eddie.
Yeah, dude. So, dang, man, I don't think there's any Marvel character that I would love to see made more right now. What, like the same way Dave kind of feels about new Star Wars stuff, I kind of feel that way about new Marvel stuff. But Wakanda Forever was actually really dope, and it's one of my favorites from the like pre or post Endgame stuff. Yes. Wakanda Forever, Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I really enjoyed Black Widow too. I'm not gonna lie. So a lot of the characters from Thunderbolts, I'm actually pretty hyped to see Thunderbolts because a lot of those characters I actually really liked. But Namor was badass, dude, and every scene that he's in, especially the scene. So I'm glad that you picked this pick because I'm hoping they do like a DX with like the whole, the whole outfit like this with the serpent head and the shoulders and the cape and everything with the spear and the gauntlets and everything. That would be dope. And then that way you could have that DX look, but then you could strip him down and just have the shorts and the spear or whatever, or even just when he just has the necklace piece on. That would be cool too. But dude, this would be, I think, a sick figure. And of course I'd want it to be seamless. I think I'd still get it if it had joints, but I prefer it to be seamless. And I think they could do it now with, the way Bane came out, very detailed torso. I don't know if they've ever done a figure that has seamless legs like that other than Harley. I think one of the Harleys has seamless legs maybe. But I still think that it would be a sick figure, dude, and I'm hyped to see it. We just got X-23. That was a Latin character, so I'm hoping that we'll get Namor next, dude, because how could you not do him? He was a big part of that movie, and he was just badass. So
yeah, I think that'd be cool. I think I would get this if they were to actually announce this. And you're actually the second person who's picked Namor as their fantasy figure.
I almost thought I'd picked this before. So when I sent it to you, I was like, you might send it back and say you did this one already. So I'm glad I hadn't, but I couldn't remember.
Yeah, the only reason I do that if it was too recent. This happened like at the beginning of the year when somebody picked this. So I was like, yeah, that's fine. But thank you so much there, Mr. Eddie. Any thoughts, guys, on Namor as a
centerpiece? This would be a centerpiece and a half, dude.
Nice.
You see him with the whole headdress and everything, and then you get like the throne too, dude. That would be so sick. Like that's worth all the real estate for this friggin' guy. And it's another mutant. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Namor all friggin' day.
I totally agree. I agree 100%. I think it's a total misstep that they didn't give us this. They gave us Black Panther Shuri, which is which is it's a cool enough figure. It's a good figure, but it really needed this. I think just you needed that counterbalance right here, and I think this would have been the one to go. I mean, Mendez is right, man. We should have got this with that headdress, all of that. We should have got it in the seamless body. They could definitely do that now. Looking at what they did with this damn She-Hulk, they could definitely do that. Yeah. They just need to spend the money and make it happen. So yeah,
she has the seamless legs too. That's right, and she's colored, so like green. That's yeah,
it could be done.
And if you look at Namor, this is a character that historically is one of the oldest in Marvel's litany of characters, and is connected in so many different ways to the Marvel universe. I fairly new to the MCU, but connected to X-Men, certainly connected to Fantastic Four, so many Captain America, so many different ways. This character has been a central part of Marvel.
Marvel's first
85 years. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I would love to see this figure.
Yeah. Awesome pick there, Mr. Eddie. Any other thoughts, guys, before we enter the tier list? The fantasy figure picks, part 1. Okay, all right. So we're about to enter that. Okay, so this is the fantasy figure tier list ranking, part 1. Now, like I said, I don't know how long this is going to take. It is 30 figures, so if this is getting too late, just let me know, or just so because sometimes these can get a little long with these tier lists, right? We'll try to.
I got like another 10, 15 minutes.
Sure,
I'm
sure.
sorry.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, if that is the case, just private message. But if not, we'll keep you here. And all right, so 2024 fantasy figure tier list, part 1. As I mentioned, we just did it. We just did a fantasy figure zone. So I asked each time I have panelists, and I have different ones every week usually since the beginning of the year. I started the show in January, and I've had new panelists, new picks, new choices, and ultimately ended up being over 135 different characters. I think it ended up being like 142, 43, because some of them were doubles. Like the Namor is a double, right? Somebody picked him twice, and so forth. So for this part 1, it's 30 of them. And we're going to rank them here, like we do with all the other ones, S, A, B, C, D, F. We're very similar system that we use, right? So let me go and get there. Okay, so here we go. Let me try to move this real quick here. And just a little side note, guys, because I know we're all collectors. We do like different things. So let's keep things civil, right? I'm not necessarily talking about the panelists. I'm talking about the live chat as well. Because some of you guys pick these characters. And okay, maybe it's not a character that you would like, that you would want, and maybe you'll give it an F. But don't be hurt about it if that was your choice. Everything is good here. We're all community here. We all have different ideas and thoughts and things like that. So keep it civil, everyone. Keep it civil. Some of mine, because I have a few in there that are mine, I'm sure some of you guys are going to slaughter mine probably. So I'll be okay with it. All right. So let's look at the live chat here. Oh, it looks like you guys are talking about something else here. Oh, no, here it is. Jose says, Eddie with this badass pig, we definitely need Namor. Yeah, most definitely. Okay, so let's see. Let's go and begin. Let me go here. Okay, so the first one that I'm going to do here. Now, these are kind of all over the place. It wasn't necessarily the first one that was presented on Figures Talk, so I'm just randomly choosing there. So the first one is Master Chief from Halo. So I'll tell you at the end who selected Master Chief, but just go ahead and give me your thoughts as to what would you put Master Chief as far as the how much you would like this to be realized. Like, how much do you care about this figure that you would like this to actually be manufactured? So that's how we get to the A, B, C, D, E. I'm sorry, A, B, C, D, F. And then ultimately, if you like the character, maybe you're not a fan of the character just in general, so you don't care for it. So let's go ahead and start with Adam. Master Chief. What do you think you'll put this character in?
I played Halo on Xbox. You know, I wasn't really into the game. Never watched the show on Paramount Plus. I know there's people who love this character. I guess I would go with a B. I never want to rain on anyone's parade because for someone this is their favorite. This is their thing. So,
Right.
But for me, doesn't make any difference to me. So I'll go with B.
All right. So how about you, Mr. Dan?
Yeah, I only played Halo 3, but I remember having a good time with that one. But yeah, I would also say like maybe B tier. I'm not the biggest fan, but he would make a very cool figure, definitely.
Okay, B. And for people in the live chat, if you put your ranking, I'm gonna include it as well. So we'll do that as well. So how about you, Mr. Dave, Master Chief?
I'm not super into Halo, but I will say it is the only first-person shooter that I played and liked. I'm not a fan of first-person shooters, man. That lack of peripherals drives me friggin' nuts, and I hate it. But I really enjoyed playing that game, and it was only like it might have been 3. Was that out back in like 2008 time frame, 2009?
Yeah, it came out 2007, I believe.
Okay, that might have been it then, because we played that on deployment. We were sitting there on the ship, you know, between decks, everyone's logged in playing that, and it was great. But I recognize that Master Chief is a pretty impactful character. A lot of people have a lot of love for Master Chief, and I can't base it off of my own experience, but I would say at the very least he's in the A tier based on what I see from people.
Okay. Christian Cooper says Halo 2 was the best, and he says Master Chief is S tier. Eddie.
Yeah, Master Chief is definitely S tier for me. I played Halo 2 with friends, but I didn't have an Xbox at the time, so I didn't play it like at home. I would go to a friend's house and play split screen, multiplayer or versus with all my friends, where you have the boxes and you're like, don't peek at my screen, you know. So we would play that. But Halo 3, that might be. I mean, I'm a big COD guy. Like COD's my game, but Halo 3, me and my brother played. They had a dual. What's the campaign? So you could play multiplayer campaign, and we would go through that. I think we even ended up going through it on, was it legendary or whatever the hardest one was, which was insane to beat. But yeah, that was probably the most fun me and my brother ever had playing video games together. So I need a Master Chief. I think it was 3A that did the 6 scale one, and that one sucks. But I really was tempted to get it just because it's Master Chief. But I would love for someone to do it. And I enjoyed the show. I don't think, as far as like the story goes, it's definitely not the same as the game. So I think a lot of like diehard Halo fans don't love that. But
right,
I enjoyed it, and I would even take that version if they did a version with that one dude, even with his head sculpt. I really liked him playing Master Chief. So yeah, anything they do, the game or that, I'd take it at S tier.
Okay. And Mr. J.
Yeah, man. See, here's the thing. When you talk about we talk about icons and iconic, you look at all the big, you know, all the big game franchises out there, the big consoles. You have Nintendo, you got Mario. For Sega, you got Sonic. The Xbox, come on, man. It's Master Chief. Master Chief belongs at the S, man. He just does. Just thinking about Master Chief, and it's funny that it's an oversight that we haven't got like a proper 6 scale figure of that character. I know there's been some good statues Even some of the statues that came with the game. I think was a Halo Reach that came with a good Master Chief statue. I can't remember. There's been so many bundle packs that come out through the years that have like nice little tchotchkes in there with them with nice statues and stuff. But yeah, we need it. He's S tier. He's an icon. Put some respect on his name, man. You need that needs to be S tier for real. Honestly, as much as I love Halo, I remember playing the Halo parties back when I was in school, back when I was in 2000, 2003, 2004, early aughts. It was just the shit. But yeah, that needs to be S tier. Definitely needs to be S tier. Master Chief's shit. I've only seen one episode of the show, and I was a little taken aback by them revealing Master Chief and him not having. I'm used to him having the helmet on, so that's why I was like, what the but the show did look badass. I need to go back and watch it for what it was. But nah, man, we definitely need Master Chief needs to be S. That's S tier.
I watched the first 4 episodes of Halo series season 1, and I couldn't finish it. So there you go. Although I did hear that season 2 was better than the first season, but it's like you didn't get me to finish the first season, so I'm not going to start season 2 now. But now it's canceled. So, all right. So based on you guys' collective ranking, Master Chief is going to be S tier. So we have the first one there. So let's move on to the next one. Like I said, we have a lot. The next, the collectors, the panelists who selected Master Chief was Steve, Evil Sneaker, and Aaron Collects. So they were their picks at one point in the Figure Stock Fantasy Figure Zone. So there you go. S tier for Master Chief. And then Brick just adds another S. So yeah, so there you go. Master Cheeks in the show, he says. I know exactly what you're talking about. Same thing when Stallone took off his Judge Dredd helmet. I just recently rewatched that movie, actually.
Yeah.
I remember it was kind of funny. And yeah, it was kind of funny. I don't know if it was supposed to be funny. But yo, Steve the Ghost, says Christian. All right. Next one is, and I hope Jose Plus is still in the live chat. It is Ben Affleck's Daredevil.
Ooh.
So let's start with Jay this time. Even though he finished with it, let's start with him now.
Yes. So Ben, you said so it's Ben Affleck's Daredevil. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
We're going to get that. That's going to happen. That is definitely going to happen at some point. And I will say, even though I would like it, and actually I thought that outfit was badass, to be honest with you. I thought it was dope for the time. It's still, I think that was actually a real cool costume. But I may be the minority with that. So I'm gonna give him a B. I think I'll put him. I think he's safe there in a B. It's not a need. It's a nice to have. But yeah, I'd say a B. Good B.
Okay. And as far as my contribution, I only contribute if there's some kind of a tiebreaker. And then we have Brick Artemis. He's saying it's a B. So I'll include that here. A B for Daredevil. Christian Cooper also says B. Let's send it to Eddie.
Yeah, it's gonna be S for me too.
Oh.
That was peak. That was Marvel for me before the MCU. You know, that was my MCU. So, and I loved that movie. I loved everything about that movie. I loved Michael Duncan as why am I blanking on his name now? The boss,
Kingpin.
Boss?
Kingpin.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael Clark
he
Duncan?
was great. Yeah, dude, he was
Yeah,
great.
he was awesome.
And John Favreau was Foggy Nelson.
Oh
Oh, yeah.
John Favreau.
Right.
I forget he's
Right.
and Elektra, and we're getting her. So I mean, we should have got him in Wolverine and Deadpool. That would have been sick. So yeah, it would be a dopo for me if it ever actually does happen. So I need that.
All right. Mr. Dave, what would you put a Ben Affleck Daredevil as your fantasy figure selection?
This is the most love I've heard for that version of Daredevil ever. like I hear a lot of people hating on this Daredevil, and I don't think he deserves all the hate. But also, like, I remember watching the movie. Well, I remember that I watched the movie. I don't remember a damn thing from this movie. Like, I didn't get anything from this movie, I don't think. Like, I remember it happened, and I was like, hey, cool, Daredevil. And then I moved on. Like, it just feels kind of milquetoast to me. And we've got Charlie Cox now. So, you know, I don't think the majority of people really care about Ben Affleck's Daredevil compared to Charlie Cox.
Okay.
So I think just based off of those couple of things, I don't think he should be lower than a C, but I wouldn't feel right putting him above a C. So I'm going to put him at C.
Okay, so like a C plus, would you say? Or
sure. Okay. Yeah.
okay, C plus. All right. Dan, how about you?
Yeah, I think I watched this movie like maybe 10 years ago. I think I only watched it once. I wasn't also not crazy for the movie, and I also don't remember much, just like Dave said. So, I mean, the costume, I mean, it's a typical Daredevil costume, looks nice, but I would also say C or D. Let's say C for Ben Affleck, my guy.
All right, so we got a C, Ben Affleck, Daredevil from Mr. Dan. Rick Artemis says, I'd rather have him than Elektra. Wow, so there you go. And looks like we are getting Elektra, though. Adam, how about you?
I think I got to go with B for Ben. I really like it. He's a Boston guy. I like Ben Affleck in that. But I think he was a much better Batman than he was Superman.
Yes.
But he was a good Daredevil. Did I say he was a better Superman? Much better Daredevil. Much better Batman than he was Daredevil.
Yes.
I think it was. They did the best of what they could at the time. I think there was probably some studio pressure that the movie wasn't as good as it could have been. But it was a watchable film. It was okay. For the time, it wasn't bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. It's too bad that he wasn't in Deadpool and Wolverine. I thought he would be.
That would be cool, actually.
But part of me would like to have this figure, to have him an unmasked head sculpt of Ben Affleck next to the unmasked Batman 2.0 from Batman versus Superman that I have in order. I think that would be an interesting photo right there. But I guess I'd have to go with B.
All right. So based on the ranking, both the panel and the live chat, Ben Affleck's Daredevil is going to be B. Be like Ben. That's where it's going to land. All right, the next
Affleck,
one is...
If I could real quick, Affleck is the only actor, right, to play Daredevil, Batman, and a form of Superman, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool. All by itself, I think. As Affleck is awesome. But yeah.
So Jose
Cage,
says that
Nicolas Cage technically played Superman, Ghost Rider, and a form of Batman. He played Big Daddy and Kick-Ass. So
that's true.
Okay. You know what, Eddie?
That's true.
I'm gonna let you have that only because I like you.
And we don't even have the fact checker for that, but
dang.
Speaking of, Jose says, X-Man, I'm unfollowing you. So there you go.
That's okay. I got low followers anyway.
Wow, how sad this. Frick says, I will say Daredevil movie is better than any Snyderverse movie Batman was in. Great Batman, terrible movies, says Brick Artemis. And then Jose says, stop it, Brick. So there you go. All right, so we moved Ben Affleck's Daredevil as B tier list ranking. The next one is Supergirl CW. Oh, actually, sorry. Let's go back. The Daredevil, the Ben Affleck Daredevil was selected by Mr. Yomo. Okay, so going back to the Supergirl CW, Melissa Benoist. That's how you pronounce the last name.
Yes, Benoist. Yeah.
So that's from the series. So we have this fantasy figure pick. So let's throw this to Eddie. Where would you rank her?
You know, there's a lot of CW characters I would like to see as 6-scale figures. Unfortunately, I have not seen this CW show. For me, Supergirl would be the one from Smallville. I forget her name.
Laura Vandervoort.
Yeah. She
Not a
would
bad
be my
choice.
Supergirl. But
Not a bad choice.
I know people. My girlfriend actually used to watch this show a lot, so she'd probably like it. And I do want to watch Superman and Lois because I've been seeing a lot of cool stuff for that show. So I might end up going back and watching this one. But for me, this one, I'll put it at a B tier because I know people like the show, but it's not something I would need.
Okay. How about you, Dave?
This is my Supergirl.
Oh, okay.
She is perfect. She is just absolutely perfect as Supergirl. I without gushing too much about it, she's great. I love her so much. And I immediately jumped on that third party, that so. It's not the best head sculpt, but I kind of don't care because it's her and I want it. But yeah, I think that as a character for my own personal list, she's definitely an A. I have, a lot of characters before her, but I still love the hell out of her. So I think a high A. As Supergirl, this actress is an S. So I'm good with A or S either way. But I absolutely have all the love for Melissa Benoist, Supergirl.
Okay. All right. So if you had to pick one, S or A,
if I'm going to pick one, I'm going to go with my bias and say S. I don't think it'll go that way, but I think I'm just going to go ahead and say S.
Okay. All right, got an S. And then remember, guys, if you're in the live chat, if you want to contribute to the ranking, go ahead and say, what grade you would give each figure, which character here. All right, so let's go to Dan.
Yeah, I didn't watch this CW show. Actually, I think the only show I saw completely was Arrow. So I don't know, like, if we don't know the show, like, how should we rank it? It would look nice in a display with Superman, I guess. But yeah, I haven't really seen her. So
you could what do you call it? Recuse yourself. Like just not participate if you have no knowledge or you just don't know. You haven't seen anything. You could do that if you want to do it.
Yeah, then I would do that because I haven't seen anything from her.
Okay, perfectly fine. Because we have plenty of other grades that we can get from the live chat, so I think we're good there. But thank you so much, there, Dan. Adam, you haven't done this yet, right? For Supergirl?
No. I guess I would say this would be a B for me. I thought she was, perfectly charming as Supergirl. I wasn't a huge fan of the show. I liked her appearances when they did Crisis on Infinite Earths and some of the other things. We used to watch The Flash when that was on, and she was perfectly charming in that role. I just wasn't a huge fan of her show. We tried watching it and just couldn't get into it. If I had a Supergirl figure based on the actresses who played Supergirl so far, I guess I would have to agree with Dave in that Laura Vandervoort from Smallville would probably be my top choice. Actually, I'd also like a Helen Slater from the 1984 or 85 Supergirl film. It's actually a very terrible film, but I liked her in that role, and I saw it when I was a kid, and I had a crush on her when I was a kid.
But she was great. She was great.
I would like the figure.
Yeah.
So I guess B for this one. I kind of the same way I feel about the Ben Affleck.
Okay. All right, and let me just make sure I don't have any other ones in the live chat. Any other grades there? Okay, so based on the grade. Oh, actually, no. Jay.
Yes.
What were your thoughts on Supergirl? This.
Melissa Benoist. I'm with X-Man here, man. Dude, I'm with Santa Claus here. Because man, she was hot as Supergirl. Oh my god. Laura Vandervoort was great. She was great. I actually got to meet her years ago. Back when she was on a little show called damn it, I forget the name of Instant Star, way back in the day. And yeah, she was great, but I really think as far as the Supergirl show goes and the look of Supergirl, yeah, give me Melissa Benoist with the skirt, with the cape and the skirt and the boots. Yes, absolutely. But like I said, I may be in the minority once again, so I want to give it an S, but I'll give her an A. Because yeah, we got so many Supergirls coming up. We got the I forget the young lady that was on House of the Dragon. I know she's slated to be Supergirl.
And James Gunn's movie.
Yeah. And James Gunn's Supergirl. We got a bunch of them coming out, and so but yeah, I can see it as I would love to have it as an A. Yeah.
There hasn't been a bad Supergirl in live action, I don't think. I think they've all been pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
And Brooke asking, BC, you getting the So-So figure?
No. Millie Alcock. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. So now based on the grades here, Supergirl Benoist is going to be a A. We got enough high grades here that she made it to A. A little surprised, actually, to be honest with you, but there you go. All right, so thanks so much there, guys. Next one is, we were just talking about him, Namor. Let's start with Eddie again. So, Eddie, I have an idea what you're gonna say here, but what is your S? I'm sorry, your take here.
You know what? I'm gonna put him at A. I'm not gonna. I went S with the first two. That doesn't mean I wouldn't take him the second they put him up for pre-order, but he's not an S tier for me. I do really want him, but I'm gonna put him at A. He's an awesome character, but he's not like a greatest of all time kind of thing for me.
Oh, okay. Not to be an S tier. I forgot to mention this. The Supergirl CW, Melissa Benoist, was a selection by Brick Artemis. So there you go there.
That explains a lot.
So there you go. Namor. Okay, so I got your A there. Eddie, let's go to J.
I'm sorry. I really feel strongly about this one. I would really like to have this. I mean, I think we all said it with him, being one of the first mutants and a character that is kind of centered around a lot of properties in Marvel. I don't understand why we don't have this character. Don't understand why they didn't make it. I think it would have been a great flex for Hot Toys to give us this. With the seamless body and with the headdress and just culturally, we need this. So yeah, I would say S all the way. This was something that when I saw it in the movie, I was like, yeah, this is a no-brainer. We're gonna get it, and here we are, almost 3 years away from the movie, and they didn't make it. It's just weird. It's just weird to me that we don't have it.
Yeah. Let's see here. We have Mr. Clinton Martin dropping by. Howdy, folks. Hello, Mr. Martin. Thanks so much for joining us. Like always, greatly appreciate it. And then, guys, if you haven't done so already, please hit the like button. Greatly appreciate that as well. Helps the algorithm and stuff like that. So, okay, so let's move on to Dan. I know we just talked about Namor, but where would you put Namor in this tier list?
Yeah, again, I haven't seen the movie, sadly, so Again, I can't give a rating. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So recuse yourself there. All right.
Where's my band hammer?
Okay. So,
I'll be right back.
let's see here. So, Mr. Adam, Namor.
Namor S tier, and rewind the tape on this program to see why.
Okay.
No.
Definitely. Let's see here. Brick says, ranking the fantasy figure we all came up with throughout the last year, Dream figures. Actually, let me mention this. Now, this is something that I just read here from Brick. So again, ranking the fantasy figures we all came up with throughout the last year, Dream figures, right? Fantasy figures. That's where we enter the fantasy figure zone. The idea of doing this was actually Brick Artemis's idea to do, and it was a great idea, and that's why I'm doing it. So thanks so much for that, Brick. Yeah, that was it. I just wanted to thank him here live on the show. So this is just part one. Like I said, we have a lot of them throughout the rest of the month. So it's doing very well so far. So thank you so much, guys. There. Clinton says, Deem Figs, Namor with the throbbing Robin trunks, he says. Yeah, so all right. So then let's see who hasn't gone. Oh, Dave.
I had to go and get my band hammer.
Oh, you were being serious about the hammer. Okay, there you go.
Talking about not seeing Black Panther 2. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Anyway, I'm not gonna hit you with it.
Hopefully not.
but I could. All right. So, Namor, we already talked about it. Doesn't really need to be said a whole lot. Imperious Rex S.
All right, let me just write that down here. So we got an S here, right?
S.
Okay, so in the live chat, I don't know if I saw any of you guys put a ranking for Namor, but let me just double check what we have here. So we have an S, an S, an A, and an S. So yeah, I think Namor's gonna go up there. S tier for Namor.
You know why? I think maybe one reason why. Well, could be a lot of reasons why there's no Namor figure so far. I wonder if it's, generally speaking, I think people did really like Wakanda Forever, and I mean, certainly made money. You had some Academy Award nominations for that film. I think, but I think the feeling, at least the way I felt about it, is watching it is like kind of like it's like going to a wake, and the wake was for T'Challa and for Chadwick Boseman, and it's like what I was talking about earlier. There's certain films where I could watch over and over again. First Black Panther film, I've seen that movie many times. I've seen Wakanda Forever. I've probably seen that. I definitely seen it twice. I think I may have seen it 3 times. I saw it opening day in the theater. Saw it when it came out on streaming on Disney Plus. I think I saw it a third time, maybe. Maybe I saw it a third time. I definitely saw it twice. And it's a very good film. Very good film. But it's a sad film. And you feel the loss of Chadwick Boseman and of T'Challa throughout that film. And, until the very end there, were, we know that end scene there and the post-credit scene. And I was crying at that. And it just, there's a lot of beautiful, sad things in that film. And maybe there's a feeling that it's a little harder to, create the figures to celebrate. And so it's not up there in a lot of people's films that they want to remember. That's maybe that I could conceive of one reason why we have it, other than Shuri, Black Panther. We haven't seen anything else.
It is a gloriously heavy watch. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it was funny that you mentioned that, because I remember when me and my best friend, when we even saw the trailer for it, we were like, damn, man, this looks beautiful, but is this going to be a movie that I'm going to go back to years from now on Disney Plus? And here we are years from now, and you're right, I don't go back to it because it's heartbreaking. It really is. You really feel that loss, you really do. And it's a great movie, but it's just, yeah, man, it's just with the first one we had all this hope and all this, joy and excitement, and we were going into Infinity War after all that, and all this, like I said, fun and excitement, and then you look at this one and it's heartbreaking. It really is. It really is. Yeah, but it's still a beautiful movie. It's like you said, a beautiful wake. So, all right, you're 100% right. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, guys. SpongeBob SquareBalls. I saw the message earlier, then I forgot to read it here. Mr. Classy Thomas dropping by. Thank you so much for joining us here, Mr. Classy Thomas. Really appreciate it as always. And he says S for Namor as well. So another S there. Clinton Martin says, if we are talking fantasy figs, I want Darth. I'm gonna have trouble pronouncing this. Nihilus, and Darth
Nihilus.
Okay, there you go. Also, I want Darth Talon Seamless or a Darth Bane, and another one I'm gonna pronouncing here. Is Na? I'm not sure, but thank you so much for their Clinton Martin there. Greatly appreciate it there. Let's see. Okay, so Mr. J, you have to step out now, right?
Yes, sir, man. I hate to leave you guys, but yeah, I got to get up super early tomorrow. I got to get up at 5 a.m. for work. I'm physically on my day when I physically go in. So definitely, it was a pleasure being here with you guys. I had a lot of fun, man. It's a great show, and I haven't streamed with some of y'all in a minute. Mendez, always good to see you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. Santa Claus, what's up with you, bro? Always good to have
Great
you.
talking to you, Jay.
Definitely Adam 12, you know what I'm saying? Definitely Dan, man. Definitely, man. Good streaming with you guys. Please hit me up too. Hit me up so we can talk about that DeLorean.
Yeah, I will indeed.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you so much, Jay, for joining us here tonight. It was a pleasure to have you on here. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me,
Definitely.
brother. Absolutely. Y'all have a good one now.
All right. Good night.
Take care.
You too. Take care.
Let's see. Valkyrie says, "What's up, fellas? Sorry I'm late, guys. Thank you so much for joining us, Valkyrie. Really appreciate it as always." And then we have. Let me see. Oh, it looks like you're just talking amongst yourselves there. Okay, so we were at the. Let's see where we're at actually. Okay, so we're talking about Namor, right? So, I think we already have the ranking for that, right? So let's move on to the next one. And the next one is Poison Ivy, Uma Thurman from Batman and Robin. So, actually, I always forget this. Damn. Namor was selected by Yomo at the beginning of the year. And today, Eddie. So we have two selections for Namor. Okay, so going back to Poison Ivy from Batman and Robin, let's go to Dan. Where would you put Poison Ivy? Uma Thurman?
Yeah, I think Gio already knows my answer, but yeah, I mean, for me, she is the only reason why I keep rewatching Batman and Robin. I think she saves the movie. And yeah, it's just a guilty pleasure, and she's just campy in it, but charmingly campy, I would say. And yeah, I mean, I love her costumes, every single one. And yeah, there has never been a 1/6 scale figure. There's been an action figure by McFarlane, but apart from that, nothing. And yeah, since '97, since the movie came out, and I think it's a shame. And yeah, I think no one else would agree, but for me, S tier without a doubt. I need her, and I love Poison Ivy in the comics too.
Okay, there you go. So okay, S tier from Dan for Poison Ivy, Uma Thurman, Adam.
I mean, for me, Batman and Robin is the worst Batman film. I haven't revisited it since I saw it in a theater back in '97. But having said that, I think it's S tier because any Batman character is a reason to print money, and there's I mean, obviously I'm a Batman fan. I'm a Batman fan of what I consider good Batman stuff, but there's enough people who for them this is, and Gio, I think you're one of these people who loves who Batman and Robin hits that nostalgic twinge for them. So I understand that, because there is stuff that I really love that's crap, but for whatever reason it hits the nostalgia for me. So I think I appreciate for them, they have this movie and Batman Forever have special places in their hearts. So I think for that reason I do think it's an S.
Okay, all right. Surprising, but thanks for that there. Dave, Poison Ivy, Uma Thurman.
I think that Ivy is one of the two good things that came out of this movie. Ivy and Freeze, as campy and ridiculous as they were just so much fun. And who doesn't love Uma Thurman, right? And how can you not love Ivy? That's just a winning combination right there. So, you know, for me, I ranking her against other characters on this list here tonight, I think she could be a solid A. Okay. I think she's a solid A.
Eddie.
Yeah, it's an S tier, man.
Poison,
you know, any Batman and Robin or Batman Forever stuff is S tier. So, and I think she'd make a pretty badass artisan figure. To be honest, she just has a cool outfit. Like,
she would.
All the different looks she had, and she, you know, I take any of them. So, yeah, I definitely would pick that up in a heartbeat. I love everybody knows I love Batman and Robin. So,
right.
I need her to go with my so-so toy Freeze. So.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, one so-so toys to bring her out. They only did Freeze from that line, and I wonder if the line is dead.
Someone teased
or if
her.
they keep.
I remember seeing a render with the little pigtails she has. Or
and I think that was so-so. I think they did that around the same time as they teased Julie Newmar, Catwoman, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyone else in the live chat who would like to
Or maybe it was Mars.
Might
have been Mars.
Who would like to rank this Poison Ivy, Uma Thurman? Because we're kind of like at a situation where... Actually, I am kind of a tiebreaker, so... All right, so let's do this. So, Uma Thurman, Poison Ivy, it's going to be a S tier.
Nice.
S tier for Uma Thurman, Poison Ivy, which I'm surprised about as well. So there you go.
Not mad at it. Not mad at it.
So there we go there. Okay, next one is Darkseid from the Snyderverse. Actually, damn, I keep forgetting this shit. Uma Thurman, Poison Ivy, was selected by Mr. Dan, of course, and myself.
Who would have thought?
And myself. So it was my pick and Dan's pick. So there you go. Darkseid from the Snyderverse. So let's throw this to Eddie.
You know, I'm a big Snyderverse fan, and I do like Darkseid. I think I need, because all of my info on DC stuff is just from the movies. I don't know anything about the characters from what's not in the movies. I don't know the comics or anything. So I think I need more background in order to like really love this character or be intimidated by this character or whatever, because he's cool, but when I look at the Snyderverse, like, obviously I want Batman and Superman and all the main characters more than him, and I'm not a big villain guy in general. So even in those movies, I feel like Steppenwolf is the main villain. Darkseid is like the overlord villain, but like in the majority of the movie, they're running away from Steppenwolf. You don't really see him till the end. So unless we got that nightmare Snyderverse vision that he wanted, or like more on him, I don't need him in the collection. So I would honestly, like, For me, it's C. Like, I don't really need it at all unless I get that movie that they were planning to do with him, you know?
So you said C?
Yeah, I don't need it.
All right. Dave?
I Darkseid is a cool character, even outside of the Snyderverse. I don't remember him having a lot to do in the Snyderverse, and the Snyderverse is already. I know it has its fans, but it's crap. I just don't care about Darkseid in the Snyderverse or the Snyderverse in general. So I'm gonna say probably a C because it's Darkseid. Darkseid should have some respect, but this version I don't think really matters, honestly.
Okay. Let's see. Adam.
So it should be clear, this is Darkseid, not from the comics or from animation. This is Darkseid from Snyder's Justice League cut.
Right. This particular one was selected for the Snyderverse.
I guess I'd go with a B for that.
B like boy.
B like boy. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then Dan. Darkseid.
Yeah, I think I would rather prefer Steppenwolf because he was the main bad guy in the movie. And I also don't know that much about Darkseid. But look-wise, he's badass. Come on, like I think you can't argue that. But he didn't have that many scenes. I mean, there was that one fight scene with the gods. We saw some action from him, but that's not enough for me. I would say C.
All right, so we got a C in there. All right. All right, so we have, where is it? Athron's office says, Eddie, it's crap. We're just gonna take that, bro. Okay. Let's see. Break Armor says She-Hulk was shit, but that figure is a tier. Christian Cooper saying B for Darkseid. Okay. Let's see. Oh, and then Adam is thinking of getting that She-Hulk figure. Let's see here. Okay, so let's see what we got. Okay, should be easy enough. Okay, so the Darkseid Snyderverse character is C in the C tier list. And it was selected by Mr. Reverse Zio, who recently got married. So congratulations there, Carlos.
Congrats.
So there you go there. And again, everyone, if you're joining in, this is the 2024 Fantasy Figure Tier List Part 1. Panelists selected a fantasy figure every time they're on the show, and we're going over all of them.
Carlos is on his honeymoon and he finds out, fuck, it's a C.
and I mentioned this earlier, but let's all be civil, right? So let's not all get all crazy about the picks here. But so we're all collectors and we like different things. So there you go. But unfortunately, Darkseid is in the C tier list, so there's no D or Fs yet here, so that's good. All right, did everyone go? We did, right? Okay. The next one is Neo from The Matrix in art. Let's go to Dave.
I've barely seen this figure that has been done, but this of course will be a 2.0. There has only been one Neo from the first Matrix, right?
That they made, the Hot Toys has made.
Yeah.
Well, they made the Resurrections figure as well from the fourth Matrix.
Yeah, but nobody cares about that. We're talking about
from the first one, no, but from the first one, yes, Hot Toys only made that one.
Yeah. See, that was a groundbreaking movie, man. And Neo's a great character. I don't know that too many people would put him below S tier. I can't, out of respect for the movie and the character and what all that did, I feel like I gotta put him at S.
Okay. All right. S. Adam.
S tier. I think such an iconic character, and again, anyone who wants to have a one-off of Neo. I mean, I know, there's Morpheus, there's Trinity, there's Agent Smith, there's other characters they could do, and sure, why not? But if people just want Neo, I think that absolutely I think he's a more important character than John Wick to have of a Keanu Reeves character. So S tier for sure.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Dan.
Yeah, actually, I know you won't believe it, but like a month ago, it was my first time watching the first movie. I haven't seen it before that. I watched it with my cousins, and I really enjoyed it. But I must be honest, I wasn't crazy for it. So it's not S tier for me. I'm sorry. I know, Gio, you said it's your favorite movie. I have to disappoint you.
There you go, Dave, with the hammer. Don't be afraid, Dan.
Ooh.
Don't be afraid.
Hey, Dan, we'll see you in 2027 next time on the show.
Yeah, I would say A. Let's be civil.
Nah, I'm kidding.
Well, but I will say though, it's interesting to see someone who's seen it for the first time, right? Like, because we've all seen this way back when. A lot of people have, right? It's interesting to hear a perspective from like more current, modern day, what's going on, seeing it the first time. Because I wonder, how would we feel about a lot of the movies that we have nostalgia for? If we saw them for the first time today, right?
Yeah, I think if I saw that movie like
that'd be some crazy
10
shit.
years ago, it would have been more mind-blowing, But I mean, the fight scene was still epic, I must say. Like, that was the highlight of the movie for me. The shooting with the cops, that was epic. So,
okay.
And I mean, a figure would be from that scene, I assume. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right. But you are.
Let's say
that is your on. Okay, A. It is A. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the bullet time, that's been aped so much in movies, TV shows, and even the whole notion, that whole terminology, red pill, blue pill, it's been part of the vernacular. So there's, but the whole, I remember just seeing that first time, and the whole twist of everyone just as human batteries. Like, to me, that was like,
yeah, that
was, oh yeah.
And
a lot of it is very memed nowadays. But yeah, when it first came out, that was some crazy, who would have thought of it kind of stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I just remember like seeing that the first time. I was like that meme of Leonardo DiCaprio, where he's like pointing at like that. I felt like I was like that meme. Just like I couldn't believe it. My mind was blown.
My brother just watched the first Matrix not too long ago, maybe like 3 years ago, and he said it was okay. So,
wow.
So he's 19, so he didn't watch it when it first came out, obviously. But I think the last one is Mr. Eddie.
Yeah, it's S tier for me. There's no question about it. I had the Hot Toy one; it was great, but I would love to see an art do it. I'd love to see Hot Toys do a 2.0 or even a Matrix 2. Neo would be cool too.
Oh yeah.
But like you guys were saying, the quoting and stuff. To this day, whenever I get deja vu, I say it's a glitch in the Matrix. To this day, it just happened to me today. It just happened to me today. I had deja vu and I was like, it's a glitch in the Matrix. Every time I think that. And yeah, it's an iconic movie that set up a ton of like CGI and what we have today. Like It was groundbreaking, you know.
It was
And
hugely impactful.
Watching it, even watching it today, Dan, like I still like I don't know if it's 45 minutes in or the last 45 minutes of the movie, but that's the best part of the movie. Like for me, it's a little slow until it gets to once Neo, you know, once he's beginning to believe, then it's all badass from there. But yeah, I can see what you're saying.
And I'm always trying to get a black cat and named the cats Deja Vu, but
oh yeah.
But then they did it in the Matrix Resurrections, the new one. The villain had a black cat named Deja Vu. So I was like, okay.
Could you imagine what vernacular would be today without the Matrix? There's so much that we refer to from that movie that it would be crazy to see like how people would talk today if we didn't have the red pill stuff or you starting to believe or any of that, you know. That'd be
or even
what a weird world.
The hand gesture of Morpheus, you know, when he's
that. Well, I mean, we still had it from
that's
Bruce
where it is
Lee.
for me. Yeah, I know Bruce Lee, but for me,
but it did carry it on though. Like it would probably be lost today. It might be, you know, because that's a long time ago with Bruce Lee. So yeah, dude, I just can't even. It blows my mind every time I think about it. The impact that it had on society in general. It's crazy.
Yeah. But Neo made it to the S tier. So there we go. Neo from the Matrix. And Neo was selected by Mr. Yomo. Okay, so the next one is Homelander from The Boys. So let's go to Eddie.
This one's tough, man. I love The Boys, but I don't know that I need to collect The Boys. It's just one of those things where I love it, but I don't know if I need it. Homelander is still an insane character, and The Boys is still like it's an insane show, especially for, you know, we're in this time we live in with superheroes and everything. Like, it's an insane idea. It's a really good show, and Homelander is awesome. So it's probably still S tier, but I don't think I would need it personally. But I think just for the character and what the show's done, it's S tier. It deserves that.
All right, so S tiers for you. And then we have Christian Crosshair Cooper saying it's an A. The Boys is so good. Yeah, I really like that series here. Brick Artemis says Homelander's a B, so we'll add that one there too. Let's go to Dan. Homelander.
Yeah, I completely love The Boys. I binged all the seasons actually, so I didn't watch it when it originally came out, the first season. But I really enjoyed every season, even the last one. I know a lot of people had some complaints, but I really enjoyed it. However, I feel the same when it comes to collecting. I'm just fine with loving the series. I'm not really too sure if I need all the characters, because if I would get a Homelander, I would have to get a Butcher, and then, you know, it never ends. And again, real estate. But Homelander is iconic and the highlight of the series. He's the star. So, yeah, I'm thinking between S or A. For me personally, A, but it's a hard one. But yeah, for me, A. Yeah.
Okay. So we got an A from Dan. Then we have Brick says that, yeah, Eddie, right for the collectors. It's an S for me, though B. And Eddie says, I sure Brick wanted this segment just to tell everyone how sucky their picks are. So there you go. So I give mine an S. Let's see. Adam. You haven't gone. Yeah, you haven't gone yet.
No, I haven't. I think this is an excellent show. We just watched. We just binged the most recent season. Is that season 5 now? Which one are they on? 4?
They just finished season 4. Yeah.
Season 4. You know, I agree with Dan that it was pretty good, and then the ending was great. Really good ending with Homelander. I personally would not get these figures, just because, you know, kind of like what Dan was saying. If I got him, then I'd have to get Butcher, and then I'd feel like, what do I need? Starlight? Do I need a Huey figure? It's just one after another. But for the collectors, I think this is an S tier.
Okay. So we got S tier, and the last one is Mr. Dave, Homelander.
Let me put you in my mindset. All right. There are the more grounded superhero properties like the Dark Knight, more or less. It's what if Batman were a real person. This is more or less how it would go down, right? And then there's Too Real. If people had such power, how would they use it? And I think that's what The Boys is giving us, and I don't fucking like it. I'm not here for it.
Oh wow.
There are people without superpowers who are downright evil enough already in the real world and use what power they do have to really just squash everybody else. I don't need that in my superhero shows. I don't need that there. I don't like that. It gives me this hopeless feeling that I don't want. I watched the first episode and I just couldn't anymore with that.
Okay.
It really, really bothered me in a very deep place. So, and I haven't watched it obviously since then, so I don't know what twists and turns the characters have taken. I can say that I watched Brightburn and I'll never watch it again.
Oh, okay.
Because the idea of like a completely evil Superman, I can't with that. I just can't. And I know it's going to be like voting blue in a red state, but I'm putting it at the bottom of the tiers. I can't. That's just. I don't. No. Just no.
So that's an F.
Yeah, it's really it bothers me. It really bothers me. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got the first F of the tier list. All right. Okay,
did you like Watchmen, Dave?
You see, that's the thing is, I did like Watchmen, but the thing was, they weren't all bad, And I know that not everybody is bad.
Yeah.
Not
everyone's bad in The Boys.
Yeah, but like, look at like, from my first impression, the most powerful guys you saw on the screen were just A-Train. Fuck that guy's mother, dude.
Oh, okay.
Bro.
So you've only seen the first episode, but
here's what I would say, Dave.
I have seen little snippets, but I just
I definitely hear what you're saying. When you're watching superhero content, you want to escape from the real world, and you don't want the real world in your superhero content. And I get that. What I would say is they're characters that are exceptionally evil, and what maybe some people in the real world would do if they had access to these type of powers. But I would suggest, I was kind of similar thoughts to you. I watched the first episode and I'm like, I don't know if this is for me. And then I walked away from it a little bit, and then I kept hearing people rave about this, and I gave it another shot, and I watched a few more episodes, and I tell you, after the third or fourth episode, I was hooked.
Definitely some good character development in this series.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will commit myself to the first season, and I'll see how it goes. Because I do hear great things about this. I do hear great things about this show. So
it's also funny. I mean, it's a very dark humor. It's it does poke fun at the superhero genre.
But fair warning, if you think the A-Train thing if that made you stop watching it, it gets so much worse. Just fair warning, that's probably the most lighthearted thing.
Like I've seen little bits here and there. Like I saw the thing with the plane and friggin' what's her name, Maeve, and friggin' Homelander. That was pretty. That was like, nah, that ain't it.
Okay, don't watch
and
it,
like,
maybe.
Yeah, maybe not.
I well, see, I don't want to shit on something without knowing it, really. You know.
I do it all the time. It's great.
Like it's great.
That's fair. That's fair. But like, I will watch the first season. I will commit myself to watching the first season. Because I do hear good things about it. I know how I feel about, a lot of the direction that I see in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I will definitely be watching with caution.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your take there, Mr. Dave. So we have Speedy Gonzalez dropping by. Thank you so much for joining us here, Speedy Gonzalez. I can respect that take to what you're saying there, Dave. You're probably going to hate it more. So there you go. And then Brick says, I hear you. So,
like, for instance, just another, like we talked about Knights of the Old Republic before.
Herogasm. Oh my god.
And I played that game for 20 plus years, and I've only once ever gone dark side with it because it just hurt my fucking heart to do it. It was really hard for me to do it. So like I tried, and I'm not a good person in real life. Let me just let there be no misconceptions. I'm not a good person, but I can't do the hero game story thing and be bad with it. It's like you gotta be good. You gotta be good. You're doing Jedi things. You gotta be good. So I'll give it a shot, man. I feel like such a wimp right now.
Christian says, X-Man, you're just a good guy. So there you go.
I'm really not.
He chose the light side.
All right. So based on the grades, the ranking, and the F that we got, Homelander's going to be B tier. Homelander. All right. So, and that selection was made by Mr. Danny Spotchka, Mr. Ink. So that was his pick earlier this year. So the next one is it's Batman, George Clooney from Batman and Robin. So let's throw it to Dan.
Yeah, I mean, this one has become a reality. I mean, the figure hasn't been announced yet, which I don't understand. Hot Toys, what the hell is going on? Announce it already.
In the graveyard.
No, hopefully not. I need it.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, George Clooney's Batman, I'm not a fan of him. I kind of liked his Bruce Wayne in some scenes with Alfred. But yeah, his Batman, we don't have to talk about it. He is the worst by far. But being a Batman collector and having all the other iterations, I need him to complete the lineup. So it's a thing of completion. However, like, I would prefer Poison Ivy over him, but if you have Poison Ivy, you need a George Clooney Batman, so I gotta also say S tier.
There you go. S tier for Clooney Batman, and Brick Artemis, same thing. Eddie.
Need him.
Clooney Batman.
I was not expecting that from Brick. It's an S tier for me. I love Clooney Batman. It's a nostalgic thing as a kid for me. I love that movie. I'd love to have it. So hopefully that doesn't just sit in the graveyard, but
yeah,
we'll see.
Mr. Dave?
I think Clooney could have been a fantastic Batman. I think that he was given shit to work with. I think they did him so dirty in that movie, and he could have been great. I loved seeing that little end scene at the end of The Flash. I thought that was fantastic. That made me a little bit happy. Actually,
it was funny.
But this is. I get that they were trying to be campy as hell with it. I get it, but let's be real. Adam West did it first. Adam West did it best. We didn't need Clooney to do it. Clooney Batman is a hard F for me.
Wow, damn, another F. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's 2 Fs back to back, Dave. There you go. Adam.
Dave's like the Simon Cowell of
Right.
TikTok creators.
Oh gosh, there's bad Botox in my future.
So this is I agree with the first part of what Dave said, in that they did him dirty. He could have been a great Batman, but just wasn't a very good film, as I talked about earlier. But I think this should be, we should have every Batman, and I think it's got to be an S tier.
Okay.
Yep.
There you go. All right, so we got all the grades there, and some from the live chat as well. Okay. Brick says, trying to find a good name for you now that you're using Brick Baggins. Oh, they're talking about the Christian Bad Nipple Scooper. All right, so we have some pretty high grades, except Dave's F. So the Clooney Batman is going to be an A, right? So, which I'm surprised there, but I'm excited because that was my pick. That was my fantasy figure pick, this Clooney Batman. All right, so let's move on to the next one here. Let's try to move this along here because it's getting kind of late. The Crow, 1994. Eddie.
I saw The Crow for the first time probably 2 years ago, maybe longer, maybe right after the pandemic. I had never seen it, and it was a movie of the week for CW once.
Oh.
And I know people love it. For me, it's maybe I need to watch it again, but it's like it's kind of like meh for me. I'm like, take it or leave it. Like, I see a lot of the inspiration for Heath Ledger's Joker in it, which was really cool. But yeah, for me, it's like I think I just need to rewatch it again, maybe. But I was like meh about it. So for me, this is I'll go with a C. I don't need it. So
all right, so we got a C. Dan, did you watch The Crow?
Yeah, for me it was similar. I don't know if it was during the pandemic, but maybe like 2 years ago I watched it for the first time. And yeah, I always heard like it's a classic, it's a great movie, and it was enjoyable, but I wasn't crazy for it either. It was just a good film to me, but nothing more. So I don't really need a Crow figure, and I mean there is already one out there from Hot Toys. So I'm thinking C, I would say.
All right, so we got another C for The Crow. Adam?
Yeah, I'd go with I was never into this film. If I recall, the best thing about the movie was I think there was a Stone Temple Pilots song in it that I really enjoyed.
That soundtrack is so good.
Great soundtrack.
That soundtrack is
so
amazing.
I for the soundtrack I say S. For the figure I say B.
B. Okay, B like boy, right?
Yeah, B.
B like boy. All right. And Dave, The Crow, 1994.
Oh, let's make it a Simon Cowell hat trick. Nah, I'm kidding.
Another F.
No. I have so much love for that movie. Again, the soundtrack. I listen to that soundtrack so often still. I think the movie was great. My eldest son, I wanted to name him Logan. She wasn't having it, so I named him Brandon Lee.
Okay.
I love this movie. The movie is an S tier for me. The soundtrack is an S tier for me. I've looked at the figures that are out, and I know that Caustic Plastic is planning to make a Crow, right? So, so I'm thinking about that. Although, as far as a figure goes, I don't feel like I really need him as a figure, as much as I love everything around the movie and everything. I wouldn't be mad at having him at like a B or an A. I'll give him an A because I would want him. I wouldn't probably buy him amid the pantheon of figures that are on my pre-order list right now, but I would definitely want him. So I'll give him an A. I'll say he's an A.
Wait, you named your eldest son after Brandon Lee. He's not an S tier?
That's what I was gonna say, dude.
Well, that's the thing is like you can love a property, but you don't need to have a figure of it. You know?
Okay.
So you said A, right?
Yeah, A.
A, okay. All right.
I don't need to have a figure of him, but I would like one. I still
Okay.
think the movie's an S tier. I still think the soundtrack and everything. Love Brandon Lee in the movie. I think all of it is fantastic. But I don't really need a figure of him that badly.
Okay. So based on these grades, the Crow is going to be B. I'm sorry. Where is it? It's going to be a B. B tier for the Crow. All right. So thank you guys. Mr. Dan. Mr. Dan has to step out now for the evening of the night. So Dan, thank you so much for joining us. I know different time zone over there. So thanks so much for joining us here tonight.
Thank you guys. Had a lot of fun. Great stream.
And then make sure to check out Dan's. He has his tier list on the live action Batman films. So definitely check out his video there. The link of Dan's YouTube channel is in the description of this video. So thank you so much, Dan.
Appreciate you. Take care, guys.
Good talking to you, Dan.
All right, have a good night there. Let's see. Okay, so we got that. Let's see. Pedro says, also for context, comic book movies were not common or weren't taken serious until The Crow, as this predates Blade. Yeah, so, all right, so we got that. All right, so let's move on to the next one here. This is, what is this guy's name? Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash. So let's throw it to Eddie.
This is probably gonna be C for me too. I think I stuck with 3 seasons of CW Flash, and after that I fell off of it. I kind of want to go back to it. I did like it a lot, but I don't know what happened. I fell off of it. So, and I know there's a lot more of it, and I do want to go back and check out some of the other stuff. So maybe I will, but I don't need Reverse Flash. I didn't even. The hot toy for the Barry Allen was kind of tempting, but I didn't even need that Flash, so I could definitely skip on the Reverse Flash.
All right, you said a C for that one, right?
Yeah.
All right, so got that. Valkyrie saying that good night, guys. I have to sleep soon too, so thank you so much for joining us, Valkyrie. Greatly appreciate that as well there. Dave.
This is because I really enjoyed the Flash series, and I thought the whole Eobard Thawne thing was interesting. I think that I don't remember the actor's name, but I think he did a really good job in the show as a character. I think he was a very interesting character. I don't know how many people would want him as a figure. I don't really need him as a figure. I don't have any of the Flash figures, and I'm fine with that. I know they made one so right? Made a few of them.
Oh, yeah.
And they looked really cool. They looked really good. I think, I think he's kind of like a mid-level kind of character, though. I think C, B. I'll give him a C. I think C. I think C is fair.
Okay.
Because he's not really all that necessary. He's a good character, but I don't think too many people really want or need him. I don't really.
Oh, okay. And actually, going back to the Crow, it was selected by Mr. Juan Broke on Toys, so he selected the Crow earlier this year. Adam, we got this character here, Reverse Flash. I was about to say Zio. Reverse Flash.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the first couple seasons of the Flash. I'd actually like a regular Flash figure. There's one that was out for Hot Toys. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they did it a couple years ago.
I'll have to check that out. I go B with this.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we got a B there, right? So let's see. Okay, so based on the grades here, it's going to be a C. So Reverse Flash is a C. It was selected by Reverse Zio. All right, next one is this is actually a fantasy figure realized. It was the Harley Quinn from the Suicide Squad. So we could just rank that one real quick, even though it's already been realized. So I'm just gonna throw it to you guys real quick here. Adam.
I personally want to get it, but it's S tier for sure.
S tier, okay. Dave.
S, no doubt. S.
Eddie.
Sorry, it's a C.
Okay. Damn.
The other look, the Suicide Squad, the first one was the cooler look to me. So.
Okay, and Christian, you're saying B for Harley, right? Because that's gonna make a difference right now. So, all right. So we got 2 S's, a C, and if that's Christian Cooper's B there. Okay, so I think it's going to.
Where you at, Brick?
Brick is probably asleep.
Jose, where you at, bro? S is in the chat, bro.
Wow. It's rare that me and Jose differ on opinion by that much. So
Jose says, "Do I need to unfollow Eddie now?"
I hate to see.
There you go. We got Ness from Jose.
Okay, got Ness from. Okay, there you go. All right. Okay, so we got.
Brick's got Ness. Brick's got Ness.
Hey, he's supposed to be asleep, man.
Speedy Gonzalez got Ness.
Wow. Oh, another one right there. Okay.
Some weird email voting happening.
That's funny. All right, so I think we have enough for Nest here.
It's like they're waking up dead people to vote here. Come on. Who the hell's in charge? Who the hell's in charge of the Board of Elections?
And, Eddie almost brought this one down. Like, way down. That's funny. All right. So fantasy figure realized. The next one is another fantasy figure realized. Actually, the Harley was selected by Spotchka. Thanks, Spotchka. The next one is the T1000 fantasy figure realized. Eddie.
This might be blasphemy, but I'm gonna go A. Because I would think most people would go S, but for me, it falls under that. Like, I need Arnie from the movie more than I need him. And then once I have Arnie, I might consider getting this one, but I don't need it, you know? So, A for me.
So that's an A. Adam, T1000, even though it's realized.
S.
S tier, okay. Dave.
He's not for me. That being said, I recognize the importance of this character and the massive amount of love for this figure. I don't see him being less than an S based on all that.
Okay. All right, got that there. Christian Cooper saying, "I'm off to bed, guys. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks so much for dropping by as long as you did." Christian, have a good night. All right, so we got that. Let's see. So you said an S, right, Dave? So
yeah.
All right, so. Ooh. Okay. I think we have good enough for an S for this here. All right, let me just move that over here quick. I'm kind of like rushing on these now because it's getting really late. Okay, so T1000 S tier. Okay, so now let's go back to the next one here, and it is Mad Max from Fury Road. Let's throw it to Adam.
B. I really did not like this movie.
Oh wow. Wait, you said D like?
No, B as in boy.
Oh, okay.
I was very disappointed. It wasn't a Mad Max movie. It was a Furiosa movie. Not what I bought my ticket for. Consequently, I did not see the newest film, Furiosa. I don't care about Furiosa. I care about Mad Max. And this one, and I love Tom Hardy, but the movie didn't focus on him. He was good as Mad Max, but I'd rather have a Mel Gibson Mad Max. So B as in boy.
All right, and then Eddie, Mad Max Fury Road.
Wow, that might be the only negative take I've ever heard on Fury Road.
I think
not
might
that
be-
it's not justified or anything, but like, dang. I love Fury Road, dude. This is an S for me. I would buy that in an instant. And Furiosa, I feel like that might be a one for me to jot down as a fantasy figure. But because that new movie, I'd give it a shot, Adam. I actually think I like that movie more than Fury Road. But
okay.
Yeah, that one was an S tier for me.
Maybe I'll check it out on HBO one night on Max.
Oh yeah, it's on. I think it's on HBO Max.
Oh yeah, it's probably on there.
And just a side note, I watched all 3 of the old Mad Max films for the first time like last year, and 2 was sick. I thought 1 and 3 were the weirdest movies I've probably ever seen ever. I was like, what is happening? Especially in Thunderdome. I was like, this is like a Peter Pan freaking like, I don't know, like Peter Pan in a desolate future. There was a lot of twists and turns I was not expecting in that movie, dude.
Yeah, it's to me it's a lot of nostalgia value. I haven't seen it recently. I don't know how it holds up, but you had some classic lines like 2 men enter, 1 man leave when they fight in Thunderdome. And you have an awesome Tina Turner song, "We Don't Need Another Hero," just a freaking killer track from that. But they're iconic post-apocalyptic movies that I think really influenced a lot in that generation. I was actually just watching something recently on YouTube about G.I. Joe figures from the 1980s, and there is these characters, Zartan and then some of his like sidekicks that were like just ripped. I mean, the creators they interviewed on G.I. Joe just said, "Oh yeah, we ripped them off. We ripped off the idea from Mad Max films." So
okay,
very influential that day.
I actually have not seen the Mel Gibson Mad Max movies. Just a little side note there, but good to know there, Eddie and Adam, about those movies there. I forgot to mention the last one that we did. Which one was it? Oh, the T-1000. That was my pick and Zord's pick. Fantasy figure. Let's see here. So we got Eddie S and Dave.
I haven't seen anything since the original Mad Max films. I don't know enough about this to care either way, honestly. It's not really on my list of things to do. I do have a soft spot for Mel Gibson in that role because that's what I watched, and I had the big, the giant freaking metal trucks that they made from Road Warrior back in the day. Those things were freaking sick. I'm kind of agnostic on it. I can't really. I don't feel like my vote would be fair. I don't really,
So you want to recuse yourself?
Yeah.
All right. So, so anyone in the live chat, if you want to rank the Mad Max fantasy figure? If not, I'll go with the ones that I have. And so far, based on what we do have, it's going to be an A, just based on the ones that we have right now. Unless we get some other ones coming in. But we have that as an A. Okay, so then let's go and move on to the next one here. I'm going to try to, like I said, move these fairly quickly now. The next one is Vigilante from Peacemaker. And, actually, let me go back here. The Mad Max was selected by Christian from the, oh my God, I can't remember the name of the stream now. Oh, man. So it's a Christian. He interacts with the Reverse Zeo and Brogan Toys. So that was his selection there. Okay, so Vigilante. Let's go to Dave.
I remember when Peacemaker was announced. A lot of people, myself including, were like, "Where's Vigilante?" And Well, why don't we have one of him? Because he would be a fun figure to have. I mean, that being said, now being so far removed from it, I still absolutely love the hell out of my Peacemaker. He's in my top 5 for sure. I don't quite feel the same about Vigilante. As fun as he was as a character, I don't think he would just be an accessory at this point. And you know, it'd be cool to see him, and I wouldn't mind having him, but I don't need him. I would put him at a B. I like him. I wouldn't get him, but I think he's worth having, if that makes sense. So I'll put him at a B.
All right, we got to be there. Going back to the Mad Max selection, Christian, that was from the Wapush show. Yeah, that's I couldn't remember the name of the stream. It's the Wapush show. Okay, so you got to be there, Dave. So Adam, what would you pick for Vigilante?
I go with B as well.
Okay. Eddie?
Yeah. I gotta be honest. I think this is as C tier gets. So, Peacemaker's good. I like that character a lot, and the show was great. But I feel like even Peacemaker as a character is B. So, sidekick from that is definitely C.
All right, so
that's fair.
C there. All right, okay. Let's see. So Vigilante, I'm gonna put him at. I guess he'll be in a B level. B level, based on what we have so far. Vigilante was selected by Danny Spotchka, Mr. Ink. Okay, the next one is Yellow Jackets, Luke Skywalker. Mr. Dave.
There's so many Luke Skywalkers. I don't feel like I don't care. I just don't care. There's enough Luke Skywalkers. I don't have a Luke Skywalker. I don't particularly want a Luke Skywalker. I like Luke Skywalker fine, but I don't need him. I mean, for me, I'll say he's an A because he's Luke Skywalker, but my heart's not in it.
So it's an A though?
Yeah, I'll call it an A. Out of respect for Luke, because Luke is a good character. Out of respect for Luke.
All right, so we got an A. Eddie.
I'll do it, Dave. I'll do it for you, okay? He's a C. I get it, it's Luke, you know, but at the same time, like, you guys really need the jacket Luke too? Like, dang, man, you guys got Dark Luke and Black Suit Luke from Mandalorian. I don't think you need the jacket Luke. But then again, Adam might prove me wrong right now. What he's about to say, so I don't know.
I mean, I want every Wolverine, you know. I don't need every Wolverine, so
that's true. I want the bat nipples. So
there you go. Yeah. All right, I think I know Adam. So Adam.
All right, I've heard the biggest amount of nonsense that I've heard all night here. It's a proven fact that Luke is one of the greatest characters of science fiction ever created, sci-fi fantasy. And that's just a proven fact. So the Yellow Jacket Luke is from the scene, the throne room scene at the end of Star Wars, or how it later became known as Star Wars: A New Hope. One of the most iconic scenes where he gets the medal and Chewie gets the medal. Or no, Han gets the medal. Chewie don't get no medal.
Chewie got stiff, and that was bullshit.
Chewie gets his consolation medal later on in the sequels.
Right, this guy, right?
Yeah. So this is listen, they have, you know, you guys are right. Yeah, they have a Luke for summer, a Luke for spring, Luke for winter, you know, a Luke for fall. You got to have every type of Luke there is, and I think this is a Luke that needs to be produced because we have so many others. I want a Luke for all seasons, so I give this one an S tier. Absolutely, Luke Skywalker, one of the most important characters in Star Wars.
I can respect that. You know what? I'm gonna change mine.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna change mine because I respect that take. And being the guy who needs all the Wolverines, I get where you're coming from. And you know what? I'm gonna change mine to S. Fuck it, I'm gonna change mine to S.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. With that though, Luke Yellow Jacket is an A tier, and it was selected by Mr. Yomo. And then Adam, I think you sent me that. I don't know if we've presented it yet though, officially.
Yeah, that was one of the ones I sent you. I don't think we talked about that one yet.
I don't think we presented it, but Yomo did do it earlier this year. Let's see. Jose says, Adam, even if I agree, you can't give an opinion and call it a fact. Okay, fact check.
Well, there's facts and there's alternative facts. I think it's someone famous said.
There you go. There you go.
I reject your facts and I substitute my own.
So that was the Yellow Jackets, Luke Skywalker. The next one is John Lennon, the Beatle, right? Dave.
It's John Lennon S. John Lennon is an S. It doesn't matter. He's an S.
Eddie.
Yeah, I concur. Any Beatles would be an S for me. I like the musicians, so I'm hoping they do more of that stuff.
Adam.
Well, first of all, everyone knows that you can't do the Beatles before you do Milli Vanilli. I'm kidding. Yes, S tier.
So that was easy enough. All right, so John Lennon is going to be S tier, right? S tier. I'm putting him over there by fucking C. Okay. So John Lennon was selected by Collector Joey. All right, moving on to the next one here, and the next one is this is a fantasy figure realized. It is Catwoman, Michelle Pfeiffer. Batman Returns. Eddie.
This would be my same logic with T1000. I don't know. It's S, but I feel bad saying S, and then I'm not getting the Jazz Inc. one. Like, it is an iconic character that I need in my collection at some point, but not before any of these other S's. So I don't know. I guess it's S. It's just I'm fighting myself on it for some reason.
Okay.
You don't have to need it. You don't have to need it to respect it.
That's true.
Mr. Classy Thomas says, just let it be an S. So you're talking about the John Lennon, right? I'm guessing.
Oh, I see what he did there.
All right, there you go.
My man.
All right.
It took me a
Thank you so much, cousin. All right, so S tier from Eddie for the Catwoman, right? Then we have Adam.
Yeah, I this is the same logic that I had with Poison Ivy. I'm not getting this figure, but I think it should be an S because it's so iconic. It's just like kind of what Eddie was saying, how I'm doing the S tier. It's not so much what I personally would get, but what I think are like very important figures that would have the widest appeal, that would, for collectors. And out of all the ones that are S tier that I've rated S tier so far, that are up there, I think only Luke Skywalker would be the one. Well, actually, Luke is A tier, but it's hard for me to see from the icons what's up there. But most of these, I would say are, other than Neo, which I think I would get. These are ones I think have the widest appeal. So I guess S tier.
All right, so S tier there for Catwoman, and the last one is Mr. Dave.
I feel like it goes without saying. This is one of the S's of S's. I can't tell you how many times I've watched the behind the scenes footage of her running game on those mannequins with that whip.
Oh.
In one friggin' shot, she did that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Just straight through, she did it. That alone makes her an S. But this is, this is 100% an S. There's no way anyone is going to tell me different. She's an S. 100% an S.
All right. So we got a lot of S's from you guys and the live chat, including Classy Thomas in his own different way there, and Jose. So S tier for Catwoman, which was realized through Jazz Inc., and that was Danny Spotka's selection. The next one is Superman and Clark Kent's Henry Cavill. and I believe they meant it to be Hot Toys, like a 2-pack of both. So let's throw it to Adam.
I feel it's just kind of like a realized one because they just came out the NR, and so it's like a 2.0 or 3.0.
Yeah, kind of, except with the Clark Kent, I guess, but it's partially realized, I guess.
I guess I would say S tier. I mean, Superman's one of my favorite characters. So, though I think Cavill was great in it. His Clark Kent was, not as developed, I'd say, as some others. But I guess I'm thinking reporter Clark Kent. His Clark Kent was actually. I'm thinking this out loud. Just forget what I said. S tier. Done.
Okay. S tier. Then Eddie.
Getting late, so.
Yeah, it's S tier for me. I'd get that in a heartbeat. Just mostly for the Clark Kent. Depends on because I got the NR Superman, so it depends what Superman they give us, but Clark Kent would be awesome.
And then Dave.
This is one of the good things that came out of the Snyderverse. It's definitely S tier. I don't think that Clark Kent was all that great. Clark Kent was Superman with glasses, is what Henry Cavill's Clark Kent was. It's like Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker. He's too cool, right? Like that wasn't really Clark Kent to me. But I love Henry Cavill as Superman. So based on the strength of that alone, I'm gonna give it an S.
Okay.
If they can do it right, and I've not had any Superman figure in my hands, but based on the comparisons that I've seen, the NR looks like it blows everything else away. And Hot Toys has been upping their game with the 2.0s and the 3.0s lately. So if they did this, I think it would be a really good figure. So yeah.
So this Superman and Clark Kent Henry Cavill is S tier, and it was selected by Aaron Collects. Let's see. Yoma says Daredevil in B tier, and that was his. I know that was his pick there. Let's see. I'm this close to following to X-Men.
Well, where's the lie? Where's the lie? What I say wrong?
All right, let's move on to the next one here.
Clark Kent isn't cool. Clark Kent's a fucking nerd. Clark Kent isn't supposed to be cool. Henry Cavill's too cool as Clark Kent. Get over it.
The next one is Inspector Lee and Detective, or I think it's Detective, or Carter from Rush Hour. Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker, this 2-pack, right? And I believe it's Hot Toys. The person who selected this is in the live chat, but if you can correct me there, if you meant Hot Toys. I believe you said Hot Toys or NR, or maybe both. I don't know. But let's go with Eddie.
This is beyond S tier, man. I need a Jackie Chan figure, and I think it would have to be Rush Hour that I would get, because I don't know what I love Jackie Chan from more than Rush Hour. Tuxedo is really good too.
I haven't seen that.
That's good, dude. I like it. I know that's probably like not the main thing that people think of when they think of Jackie Chan, but
right.
I didn't watch a lot of the old school kung fu movies, so I don't know what stuff he's done from those, but I love Rush Hour. That's probably my favorite comedy cop movies of any of them.
So, I like the buddy cop movies.
Yeah, that's S tier for sure.
So that's an S tier for Eddie and Dave.
I like Rush Hour. I love Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan is just friggin' amazing. But these figures have no place in my collection.
Oh.
I'm gonna give them a C. They're middle ground. I don't think they're really necessary, honestly.
Okay. And then we have Adam.
I'm trying to remember if I ever saw the first one. I think I did. It just wasn't, really into it. I haven't seen the other ones. I guess I give it a B.
All right.
It
So
was
we got
comedy gold. It was comedy gold, though. That's a fun ass movie. That's a really fun movie.
All right. So we have S, B, and C. All right. So all right. So I may have to go in there myself now here. So I would probably give it like a B. So let's see. So it'll probably stick. It'll probably stay at that. So I'm gonna put this one as B. There you go. So that's a B, and it was selected by Mr. Yomo. All right, next one. Storm. Jim Lee. Dave.
S. That's just what it is. That's just what it is.
All right, there you go. All right. Easy enough. Okay, Adam.
This is the comic version, right? Jim
Yeah.
Lee, you said, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, S tier for like a Hono line or the comic versions they're doing for sure.
You said S, right? S.
S tier. Yep.
Okay. And then Eddie.
Because I like Dave so much, I will let it stay in S tier. Because if it was Halle Berry, it wouldn't even be a thought for me to be S tier. But I think Adam's right. Hono. I think if they did a Hono Storm, that would sell out so fast.
I think so too. Yeah. Classy Thomas also says S. Well, S for
Yeah.
Storm. Okay, so there you go. So we got another S. Okay, so this one is an S. And this was selected by Late Bloomer earlier this year. Okay, so the next one is Aquaman with the suit 2018 and a shirtless Aquaman 2-pack. Eddie.
That's an S for me, man. So when I saw that first Aquaman movie, I thought that DC finally hit their stride. I was like, dude, DC's gonna be just like MCU now. They're gonna take off, like, because I thought Aquaman did it great, where it was not the tone of Snyder stuff, but it wasn't as goofy as Justice League by whoever did that re-edited version Justice League. I was like, this is a good movie, man. I remember being in awe at the end of it, like, that was amazing. And it did not continue from there. So but for me, I loved it. I was really disappointed with the hot toy. I don't think the hot toy is good at all.
That's what I hear too, actually.
And they did a third party without the shirt, but it's like a stylized figure and the body is all like bumpy. It's like those third parties that do weird designs on their characters. So the head sculpt I remember being okay, but for some reason they made the body like jagged, like a toy. It wasn't like a figure body. So
okay.
But yeah, if they did In Art or Hot Toy did a seamless or something, an artisan even, I think that character needs it for sure, because I think both of those Hot Toys kind of suck.
And Adam?
I thought the first Aquaman was a terrible movie.
Oh,
never
wow.
bothered seeing the second one. I did. Now the original Justice League, the one that came out in theaters, is a war crime, and the people responsible for it should be prosecuted. However,
Facts.
the Snyder cut of it. Well, you might not like the second part. I have to say, the Snyder cut is a good movie. It's a decent movie. And if he had been given the time, Zack Snyder, he didn't have the tragedy in his life with his daughter. I think we would have had a different take. And I thought Aquaman was okay in that. So if it's based on the Snyder Aquaman,
well, it's the I think it's the first one, the first film.
First one, B.
All right, B like boy, right?
B like boy.
Dave.
I did enjoy the first Aquaman. I didn't go into it, with high expectations, and I thought it was one of the better things that they did in the Snyderverse. Honestly, I'm not gonna say it's the best, but it was one of the better things. I didn't hate it. I'm one of those guys that will absolutely crap on Aquaman for being the guy who talks to fish. That's just I will. But I love Jason Momoa as Aquaman. I just love him so much. And you know, I don't care what movie, whatever it's from, like Vader's Vader, you know, Jason Momoa Aquaman is Jason Momoa Aquaman. Across the board, I'm going to give him an S.
All right. Okay, so we got that 2 S's and a B. Okay, so I think this Aquaman is going to be an A. And that was selected by Spotchka. Okay, so the next one is Trinity from The Matrix, the first Matrix, either in art or Hot Toys. Adam.
A.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No. S.
Oh.
Snyder. S
Okay.
tier.
All right. S tier. There you go. Dave. Trinity.
I feel like you can't give anybody, you can't give Neo an S and not give Trinity an S. So I got to give her an S.
Okay. Eddie.
Yeah, Trinity's an S. She's amazing.
All right. So that was easy enough. All S's. So Trinity is an S tier. Selected by me. All right. Next one is, let's see. I always forget the other guy's name from Wayne's World.
Wayne and Garth.
Darth.
There you go. 2-pack. Adam.
Ooh. This will never get made, but I would say S tier because I would buy it. I love the original Wayne's World movie and the SNL sketches that was on when I was in high school and college. Loved it. So yeah, S tier. It'll never happen, but would like to get it.
Dave.
I'm trying to keep bias out of as many of these as I can. Because instinctually I want to give them S. But also I gotta think, would I buy it? I wouldn't, but I would respect that they were made. I think that would be cool if they were made. I wouldn't need them, though I would want them. I think that they can get away with being an A.
Okay.
As far as figures go. It's an S tier IP, absolutely. But I think an A for the figures, I think that's fair.
And Eddie.
I haven't seen Wayne's World, but
Okay.
I think that just knowing, how popular it is and everything, I think if they were made, whoever loved it would buy it. I think that it would sell really well, so I think it's S tier.
All right, there you go. So then it's going to be A tier. I'm sorry, did I say A tier? I meant S tier. All right, there you go. We have a lot of S tiers actually here. Okay,
Yeah.
that was selected by
Fantasy
Mr. Phil.
figures.
Exactly. Yeah, it was selected by Philly again earlier this year. Jose says, why Inner hasn't made an Aquaman with that rooted hair is beyond me. Yeah, I would think
That would be
they would want to do
good.
that, yeah.
That would be good.
All right, next one is I think it's Batman from Arkham City 2.0
Oh.
Hot Toys. I think it's a 2.0. So let's start with Dave.
I like the Arkham stuff. I love Batman. I don't love how any of those figures have translated though so far. Like they're so bulky, they're so oddly, proportioned. And in the game I think it works. but I don't think it works as a figure. Like the animated Batman. Animated Batman is my favorite Batman, full stop. But so far, I have seen like one figure that I think is good, but not for the price that they want for it. So for this, I don't know, man. They would have to do a lot of improving on it, I think, to make me want to have it. So based on what I've seen alone, I'm going to have to give it a B. It's Batman, so it's probably going to be okay, but I just don't, they've not been shining with those figures, and I don't expect them to going forward.
All right, so we got a solid B there. Adam.
I played one of the Arkham games. I don't remember which one it was. I have for the Xbox. To me, the Hot Toys, getting Hot Toys figure, you're getting a figure based on their amazing ability to make lifelike creations. And if you want something based on a video game, get I'm not sure what the DC, the McFarlane DC figures, whoever does DC. I know for Marvel, it's Marvel Legends. The only exceptions I can think of, and I do have one of them, that's a video game based, is that's a superhero based, is Spider-Man Black Suit from Spider-Man 2 video game. And I think the exception being there is that you can easily have that with your Tom Holland, your Garfield, your Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, because it looks like it could be one of the characters, from one of the films. So for me, this is a B. And I love Batman, but nah.
Last one is Eddie.
I only played Arkham Knight, and I would buy that figure if it was redone in a 2.0. I probably wouldn't get City. So if it's specific, if we're doing specifically City, then I think it would sell well if they did a good 2.0. So I would still say it's S tier because I think it would sell. But also, I think that I agree with what Dave said about it. I don't think it's been done right. The City costume, though, is different. Because my argument with Knight would be, I think it needs joints. And I don't think people like to hear that. But I think that with that kind of a suit, you could hide the joints so well that it wouldn't matter. And it would give it great articulation and would be done well. But with City, the suit is more... It's more of a suit, not like so mechanized or armory looking like the Knight one. So that one would be harder to do with joints. So you'd have to do like probably like some sort of vinyl material, or like if they could do like the Hellboy suit where it looks like a suit, but it's seamless or whatever. And maybe they could do something like that. I don't know.
So you said S?
S, yeah.
All right, so we got S there, so that's gonna be a B. And that was selected by Spotchka, Mr. Ink. All right, so let's do these last ones here. Okay. Two-Face from Batman Forever, Tommy Lee Jones. Eddie.
S. 100% S.
Dave.
I gotta say the best thing about those two back half movies were the villains, and Tommy Lee Jones was just a friggin' delight in that movie. I love that guy. I think that is a good S. I think it's a solid S.
And Adam.
S.
Oh, okay, all right. Surprised about that, actually.
I'm being consistent. I don't like the movie that much, but I'm being consistent with, Clooney Batman and Catwoman and not Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy.
Oh, okay. So S tier for Tommy Lee Jones Two-Face, selected by me. All right, next one is Queen Amidala, Star Wars: Episode 1 Phantom Menace. Adam.
S tier. I mean, this is one of the most important characters from the Star Wars universe that we don't have a figure of in this form. We have one. I mean, as kind of Dave mentioned, we talked. We've rightly so 7, 7 or 8 Luke Skywalkers. We have one Padme from Attack of the Clones. It's a pretty good figure, and I have it. But this to me is like the ultimate, and you could do an artisan version of this and a sculpted version of Queen Amidala from Episode 1. There's some third-party knockoff, but I'm not getting that because I do think I'm surprised it hasn't come out with. I would have thought with the 25th anniversary of Phantom Menace that this would have been announced, but who knows?
Yep. Dave,
I have to agree with all of that. This would 100% be an S tier. Imagine with the light up globes around the bottom of her dress and shit. And if it was artisan, with the hair and all that, she would 100% be an S tier.
All right, Eddie.
I feel like because I like Adam, I have to say it's S tier.
You say what's on your heart, boo. You say what's on your heart.
I think the only figure needed for Padme is the one that there is already. I think this is cool, and I think people say they want it more than they'd get it. And I'm not saying that about Adam, because I know Adam is a man of convictions. But I don't know how well this would sell until it was marked down, and then people might buy it.
You could be right, but I think if you did, if Hot Toys is smart and they did a limited version of it, and they do an artisan, then I think, they do 4,000, 5,000, whatever that run is, 6,000, like the Black Widow, maybe two tiers of that, like the Black Widow. That's gonna sell out, 100%.
But Eddie, you still say S?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So there's the S tier, based on these, and it was selected by me. And I think it's on a future one for Adam.
Yeah, that's on my list,
but hasn't been presented yet here. But all right, so we just have a few more here. The Edward Norton Incredible Hulk. Dave.
That's an interesting one. That's a good looking Hulk. I thought that was a good looking Hulk. Yeah, I feel like he would be an S tier, right? Because the movie was okay. I don't think there was anything wrong with the movie. I'm more partial to what we have in the MCU, but yeah, this was a good Hulk. This was Hulk. Like, you compare this to the Hulk in the comics, this was Hulk. So yeah, give him an S.
S tier. All right, Eddie.
It's an S. I would get that in a heartbeat, man. I think that they would make that one, especially like I said, they're getting good with those seamless bodies. I think that one would be pretty sick. And rooted hair, but sculpted hair would be fine for this, but rooted hair would look cool too.
Imagine if they gave him like movable fingers. He'd have big enough hands.
Yeah, they could.
That'd be that'd be good.
Even movable wrists. They could do seamless wrists with him and still have a slight movement in it.
Yeah, the joints would be big enough that it would be warranted. Yeah, dude.
And Adam.
I think this would sell. If given a choice, I'd rather have a 2.0 of Ruffalo Hulk, but I guess I'd go with S tier because if I'm being honest, I don't think I would get another Hulk. I have the Endgame Hulk, Professor Hulk, and I'm perfectly happy. I know that's not everyone's favorite version of Hulk, but since the comics, when he became Smart Hulk, that's always been my favorite version of Hulk. So I don't think I need more than one Hulk. So S tier.
Okay. So we got all S's. S tier for the Norton Incredible Hulk, which is selected by Mr. Yomo. Okay, so we have Two more. The next one is a fantasy figure realize. So it is Palpatine Darth Sidious from Revenge of the Sith. Dave.
Yeah, this is another one that I'm not getting. He's not for me, but he's an S. Absolutely.
Adam.
He's the greatest, or one of the greatest villains of all time. And I have him on pre-order. I also have the Clone Wars Palpatine, hopefully coming soon. I don't know. It was released, so I think Sideshow customers are waiting for it.
Oh yeah.
And I have their Return of the Jedi one. So yeah, S tier for me.
And then Eddie.
He's a. He's an A.
All right.
I think Chancellor Palpatine is needed more than Sidious is right now, but we keep getting Sidious, so A.
Okay.
Well,
Right.
you know, Eddie, that Clone Wars one. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use that one as Chancellor Palpatine because you can. I'm not gonna have him holding lightsabers or Force lightning. I'm gonna have him standing next to Dooku. It's kind of like the Chancellor on my episode 2 shelf.
So let's see. So we got So ultimately, it's going to be an S tier based on these grades there. And it was selected by me. The last one for tonight, part 1, is John McClane and what's his name?
Hans Gruber.
There you go. I always forget the guy's name. So he's the last one here. So let's go to Dave.
Man, I don't know. Like, I'm not particularly attached to Die Hard. I enjoyed the movie. It's not a figure that I would get. But again, trying to leave bias out of it, it's a big deal couple of characters. And I guarantee that if this went up for sale, it would sell out if it wasn't overly produced. So I think this, at the very least, it's an A. I wouldn't see a problem with S tier. I'm gonna put it as an A. I think that's a good, fair, vote for it. But I can see it being an S too.
Okay, but you'll say it's an A.
I'm gonna put it at an A.
An A, okay.
Yeah.
Eddie?
That's an S, man. John McClane is an S, dude. That's probably Bruce Willis's number 1 role. And he needs a figure from Hot Toys or In Art, whoever. He deserves to have something. So
actually, you know what? Yeah, because they haven't made a Bruce Willis figure, have they?
no.
I don't think so.
And the only other one would be the only other one that I would consider for Bruce Willis is Butch, but I think I'd even take John McClane first. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, this being a first, I think that does bump it up to an S. I think that does.
And
Yeah.
I think I know Adams, but what's yours then?
So when you look at the top, or some of the top action films of the 1980s, Predator, we have figures for that. Alien franchise, we have figures. RoboCop, we have Hot Toys figures. We don't have Die Hard, and Die Hard belongs up there with John McClane and Hans Gruber figures. This is, as you guys mentioned, Bruce Willis's. He's had some other great roles, but certainly this is probably his signature role as John McClane. And it's very timely that this is our last figure we discuss, because it's a Christmas movie, wouldn't you know? So Die Hard, a great Christmas movie for the whole family. I don't want to get into that debate. I'm just kidding around. So this is an S tier for me. I would, as we always joke about, day one pre-order. Yeah, I would day one pre-order this 2-pack for sure. And the great Alan Rickman one of the great actors, great villains of all time.
All right, so John McClane and Hans is S tier based on these grades here, and it was selected by How You Figure, Mr. Justin, again earlier this year. Pedro Lopez says there's a third party, Bruce from Tears of the Sun, I believe. Oh, really? They actually made a figure from that movie. That's interesting. All right, so that's it, guys. So that was the fantasy figure tier list, part 1, probably the longest stream ever that I've done. So thank you, all you guys who stayed here. I know it's late as hell, especially for Adam, who's 3 hours ahead, and then of course Dave, who's 2 hours ahead. And
honestly, this feels like it went by real fast.
it's 4 hours. 4 hours.
I
stream.
know, but man, it's good talking. It's good conversation. It's good subject matter. It's good people. Great.
Well, nice to hear. Nice to hear, though. But thank you guys for staying here so long. For the next ones, depending on what announcements and releases we have, I may have to cut the number of the figures. I thought 30 would have been okay, but apparently it got really, really long. So I may have to cut that, which is going to extend the tier list way into January. But whatever it is, because I can't really do 4-hour streams every single Sunday. But thank you guys again for that. There, I can plug your channels here real quick here. Let me just go and do that. Let's start with Mr. 1Adam12.
Well, again, Gio, thanks so much, and Dave and Eddie. It's always great streaming with you guys, and Jay and Dan earlier. I was telling Gio knows, and we have 3 dogs, and we lost the first dog we got, Shuya, a week ago Friday, and that kind of put it. We were going to go travel to Atlanta for the weekend to visit family, and we just weren't in the mindset to drive 14 hours and leave our other dogs with the sitter. So things like this was kind of the first time kind of had a chance to, other than I posted a video over the weekend, sit back and just not be sad for a little bit, and it's I appreciate you guys taking some time and talk some figures, have some fun. So thank you for that. I was hoping to post this last weekend before we were originally going to go to Atlanta, but that God had a way of laughing at that. So this is Emily and I went to the Albany Comic Con, which is not San Diego Comic Con. It's not New York Comic Con. Very small comic convention. And they're like kind of the bread and butter. These small mid-market conventions I think are the bread and butter of the convention world. And, I just thought I got for my birthday one of those Pocket 3 DJI Osmo cameras. And I figured we'd do a vlog, and we walked around the Comic-Con. Emily cosplayed as a female Negan from The Walking Dead, and one of her friends came. He was dressed as a Xenomorph, so we were just kind of walking around. There she is with her replica bat from The Walking Dead. Lucille, yeah, I couldn't think. So just a little fun, something different. I was on the lookout for hot toys. I didn't see any hot toys, but I did get a 12-inch 12-inch Indiana Jones figure from Kenner from 1981, which is what I had, a replica of what I had back when I was a kid. So that's what we have up there now, and we just filmed an unboxing. We got a 2-pack of Boba Fett, and so we just did an unboxing of that, and that should be coming soon.
Yeah, well, again, thank you so much, Adam, for again joining us here on a regular basis, and again, very, very sorry for your loss there earlier this week or so. But
thanks,
thank you so much there. And Mr. Dave, X-Man Supreme, what do you have going on?
I'm gonna be on the Bugle 6 tomorrow with Brick and them. So that's gonna be a fun time. Other than that, I just chilling, man. Living the life. Closing out 2024. Boy, what a year.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. But yeah, man, that's it for me. Is hanging out in the chats, on the streams, shooting it, putting up weird memes.
Right. You've been sending me some of those.
Yeah, I'll be on the Bugle 6 too. We'll do rinse and repeat tomorrow. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Dave. Like you're always here in the live chat. I'm in the live chat, in the panel, and in the live chat. But thank you so much, Dave.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure seeing all of you guys.
Yeah, and then hopefully, we'll talk later, but hopefully we'll have you on Saturday for the Met Report for that one.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll give you more details about that later there. But thank you so much there, Dave. And, of course, Mr. Eddie. So, again, thank you so much for joining us here. So, have your YouTube channel here. But what do you got going?
I think, CW Tuesday, like always. And probably back Sunday if you're doing Sunday, or maybe Ben too. Usually I do Ben and your shows on Sundays, and then CW Tuesday. And I think that's all I got this week coming up. But thanks for having me again, and it was fun and good to see everybody, and of course Adam and Dave. And it was my first time streaming with Dan or Jay, so.
Oh, nice.
Cool. And yeah, my condolences, Adam. I know that's tough, and at least you had family and stuff around,
Mm-hmm.
But those small cons, dude, I'm gonna have to watch that movie, because sometimes that video you put up, because sometimes those small cons are funner than the bigger ones. It's more intimate. I've always got to talk more to the people running their little booths at the smaller cons, and you get to know people more at those ones. So. There's something fun about those.
Oh yeah. But again, Eddie, thank you so much for joining us as always here. So again, very, very long stream. I really appreciate it here. Let me try to remove this real quick here. Okay, so as far as what I'm doing, I'm planning on doing a Figures Talk show for the rest every Sunday for the rest of the year, right? So every Sunday I'll be having one. I will have a Met Report episode this Saturday. And the last 2 Saturdays as well for my most anticipated movies of 2025 stream and top 10 movies of 2024 stream, and some other holiday stuff going on there. And I believe that is it there. So hopefully I'll see you guys in the panel next Sunday as well. I'll confirm with you guys later in the week, see if you guys are still available and all that stuff, but really appreciate it there. For everyone who watched watched this live, I really appreciate that. And if you're watching the replay also, thanks very much there. But that is it for tonight. Glad everything was nice and civil with the tier list. So there you go there. But again, thank you so much, everyone, and have a good night, and I'll see you guys next time.